Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 10th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lee Ju-hui, and it is truly a great pleasure and honor to be leading you through today's program. Celebrating our 10th anniversary this year, under the theme Future of Housing and Urban Financing, Bridging Generations for Shared Prosperity, we will explore new directions and innovative solutions in housing and urban finance that not only benefit us today, but also future generations. And now, without further ado, please let us commence the opening ceremonies. First, it is my pleasure and honor to invite the Honorable Park Sang-woo, the Minister of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport of the Republic of Korea, to the stage for his opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister to the stage with a very warm round of applause.
여러분 반갑습니다. 국토교통부 장관.
Hi everyone, my name is Park Sang-woo, Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. So it is good to see all of you here, and I see many familiar faces here and there. It is my great pleasure to meet with all of you. So looking through the agenda today, I do remember that this forum is an event that I organized when I was a Deputy Minister of Housing and Land Office under the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. And I cannot believe that the event that I organized back then is being held more than 10 years. So back then, housing finance, and in order to promote more housing to the general public, this event was organized, and it is all the more meaningful for myself to see this event growing this big. So as you know, Housing Urban Fund is related to this. I know, and you all know, that K-pop and also K-culture is garnering attention from the world, and I think we can call this fund as a K-institution. So this is very good and also memorable institution that Korea has built. So the housing is very important, and it is the very basic and the most important element out of the three: housing, clothing, and food. And clothing and also food can be addressed by yourself, but housing is very difficult for people to address by themselves. The reason is housing is costly, unlike incomparable to clothing and food. So unless your father is very rich or landowner, I think housing is one of the resources that cannot be addressed by ourselves. So that's why the country and the society as a whole needs to provide support, and there are many different systems in many different countries, and we have a housing urban fund and also housing subscription system. So I believe that this is one of the memorable systems that can be recorded in the human history. This housing urban fund is in Korea. So the Korea has successfully addressed the housing problems. And also we have came up with a subscription bond. So the general public, they were encouraged to buy the subscription bonds. They need to save their money, and the financial resources were pulled based on this subscription bond. And there's increasing need for housing, and that was very beneficial for the general public to equally distribute housing to the general public. So supply and also demand in the housing market were successfully address. So this is a very creative system. And of course, there's a subscription bonds and also the housing lottery. But I think one of the systems that we have came up is definitely the global society needs to pay attention to it. And Korea also has successfully supplied 100% housing to the general public. And I think, of course, there's other issues, for example, the shrinkage of the economy and also widening gap between the urban areas and also rural areas. And also there are also growing gap between different cities and regions and also widening gap between rich and poor. So we really have to address all these issues surrounding widening gaps. And the Housing Urban Fund contributed to addressing quantitative issues, but also I hope that it can contribute to addressing qualitative issues in our society as well. And I hope today's conference becomes an opportunity for all of us to put insight. So once again, I would like to thank all the scholars from academia and also panelists and also discussants, and hope today's forum becomes a very constructive one. And also I would like to thank a member of the National Assembly, Meng Song-gyu of the Land, Infrastructure and Transport Committee, and also Choman, a professor, and also Meng Song-gyu, the chairperson, as well as the Yu Byung-tae, president of the Korea Housing Urban Guarantee Corporation, and as well as distinguished guests who traveled long distance from abroad. I would like to also thank the staff and members of HUF. So I hope today's forum becomes a very constructive one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your very meaningful opening remarks and for highlighting the significance of our gathering here today. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to introduce the Honorable Meng Song-gyu, Chairman of Land, Infrastructure and Transport Committee at the National Assembly, who will deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Meng Song-gyu, Chairperson of Land, Infrastructure and Transport Committee of the National Assembly. I'd like to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the opening of the 10th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. I'd like to thank the Minister Sang-woo Park of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, President Yu Byung-tae of Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation, and all others who have worked hard to make this event possible. Warm welcome as well to those who are here today from foreign countries and governments. The 10th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance is being held under the theme of the future of housing and urban finance, bridging the generations for shared prosperity. Polarization is a pressing global issue, and it's no exception in the housing and urban sectors. Addressing challenges related to generational, regional, and economic disparities is essential to building a sustainable housing finance ecosystem. The National Assembly is also striving to resolve issues of social polarization, such as the concentration of population in the metropolitan area and the decline of rural regions. Efforts are being made to support policies aimed at restoring housing opportunities for younger generations, regenerating and revitalizing aging cities, and discovering public-private partnership models. These initiatives aim to ensure housing supply and financial support systems. Through today's forum, I hope that the valuable experience and insights of experts from both home and abroad will be shared, paving the way for new innovations in housing and urban finance. Once again, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on the opening of the forum. Let us work together toward a future of collaborative growth and progress in housing and urban finance. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was Honorable Meng Song-gyu, Chairman of the Land, Infrastructure and Transport Committee of the National Assembly, with his congratulatory remarks. Thank you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite you to Yu Byung-tae, the President of Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation, who will deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome Mr. Yu with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Byung-tae Yoo, President of Korea Housing Urban Guarantee Corporation. Honorable Minister of Land Infrastructure and Transport Sang-woo Park, Honorable Chairman of National Assembly Land Infrastructure Transport Committee Sung Kyu-meng, and distinguished guests from academia, financial institutions, research institutes who have taken the time to visit us. I'm truly delighted to host a 10th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance with all the distinguished guests at home and abroad. Over the past decade, the International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance has established itself as a meaningful forum for discussing the future of sustainable cities and housing finance in a rapidly changing global environment. The International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance, which began in 2013, has now been held for 10th time. The 9 previous International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance were meaningful occasions where domestic and international housing and urban finance experts gathered together to share cooperation and wisdom. Now, in its 10th year, the International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance is taking a new leap forward with the theme on future of housing and urban finance, bridging generations for shared prosperity. We would like to look back on the achievement of housing and urban finance to date and seek a direction for coexistence and progress in the rapidly changing global financial environment. To this end, the first session will cover the role of housing and urban finance in an increasingly polarizing world. And the second session will cover sharing Korea's experience in housing and urban finance. Korea has achieved a remarkable economic growth over the past half century. In the 1950s, Korea was facing extreme poverty, and the housing problem was very serious. However, Korea successfully achieved a mass housing supply and finally achieved a housing supply rate of 100% in 2008. In today's forum, we would like to compare Korea's housing supply model with that of international community and explore ways to share it internationally. I believe that the know-hows related to housing policy that Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation has accumulated over the past 31 years is an experience that can be shared with the countries in need of mass housing supply. We hope that the forum will provide in-depth discussions on ways to systematically and efficiently share the corporation's experience. Lastly, the Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation promises to continue to build a future-oriented housing finance and urban finance systems together with the government, private sectors, and global partners. As a dedicated management agency of the Housing and Urban Fund, the Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation will do its best to stabilize the housing market and realize affordable housing stability by operating various guarantee and policy finance programs. We will look harder to ensure that the opinions presented at today's forum can lead to policy outcomes for improving housing stability and housing welfare. I would like to once again express my gratitude to everyone who took their time to attend today's event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yu. As Mr. Yu mentioned, we have a very well thought out program prepared this year as well. And we hope that our discussions and presentations will provide us with the opportunity to share lessons about how to provide affordable and quality housing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to commemorate this 10th anniversary, we have prepared a very special video that reflects on the journey of Korea's housing and urban finance system, as well as the history of this forum. The video highlights the efforts made to address housing challenges in the aftermath of the Korean War, and also some of the key initiatives adopted to provide affordable and quality housing here in Korea. So why don't we take a look together?
상승의 주택도시 금융 제10회 국제주택도시 금융포럼. 전쟁 후 국가 재정이 사회 기반 시설 지원에 집중되며 주택 보급률은 매우 낮았습니다. 반면 급격한 도시화에 따른 수도권 인구 급증과 주택 수급 불안으로 주택 가격은 급등하였고 주택 투기 수요 증가와 같은 주택 문제가 큰 사회 문제로 대두되었습니다. 이러한 주택 문제 해결을 위해 대한민국만의 주택금융제도가 발전하였습니다. 1977년 주택자금을 충당하는 주택청약제도를 도입하여 국민저축통장으로 성장하였습니다. 또한 1981년 무주택 서민의 주거 안정과 도시활력 회복을 지원하는 국민주택기금을 설치하였고 2015년에는 주택도시기금으로 개편하며 최대 사업성 기금으로 성장하였습니다. 그리고 계약자와 주택사업자 모두 부담을 덜 수 있는 선분양제도를 도입하였습니다. 대한민국만의 주택금융제도를 바탕으로 1988년 3본, 분당, 일산 등 일기 신도시를 포함하여 주택 200만 호를 건설하였습니다. 그리고 2003년 2기 신도시 개발을 통해 주택을 공급하였으며 2018년에는 3기 신도시 개발을 통해 주택을 공급하며 과거 주택 부족 문제를 해결한 후 주택 공급을 지속적으로 추진하고 있습니다. 그 외에도 서민 임대주택을 지속적으로 확대하고 서민들의 내 집 마련을 지원하는 자금을 공급하고 있습니다. 또한 한국형 주택금융 모델을 주택 공급이 시급한 국가에 전파하고 국제 교류를 지속하여 대한민국 주택금융제도는 고도화되고 있습니다.
금융기관이 아닌 금융 소비자 관점에서 제도와 상품을 혁신해 나가야 합니다.
제1기 포럼에서는 침체된 도시활력 재고를 위한 도시재생 정책과 다양한 금융 지원 방식을 논의하였고 제2기 포럼에서는 주택도시기금 개편 후 주거복지를 주제로 서민 주거복지 확대에 대해 논의하였으며 제3기 포럼에서는 포스트 코로나 시대를 맞아 글로벌 불확실성에 대응하는 새로운 주택금융의 역할에 대해 논의하였습니다. 그러나 우리는 사회적 양극화 문제에 따른 새로운 도전에 직면해 있습니다. 저출산과 고령화, 지역 간 격차, 빈부격차. 국제주택도시 금융포럼은 제10회를 맞이하여 한국 주택금융이 나아가야 할 길을 함께 논의하겠습니다.
Was a meaningful moment to look back on the journey of Korea's housing and urban finance system, reflecting on our achievements as well as the challenges that lie ahead. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony. We are now going to take a group photo to commemorate this auspicious gathering. I would like to invite our VIP speakers and moderators and panelists to come up to the stage for the group photo. 네, 그러면 다음은 저희가 기념 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 저희 VIP분들, 연사분들, 좌장님들 그리고 패널 토론자분들 모두 무대 위로 모셔서 저희가 단체 기념 사진 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take a group photo. I would like to invite the VIPs, all of the speakers, the moderators, and the panelists to come up to the stage for a group photo. So if you can stand closer together. 네, 저희 뒤쪽에도 자리가 있습니다. 뒤쪽에도 도열을 해주시면 될 것 같고요. So once again, I'd like to invite all of the VIP speakers, moderators, and panelists to come up to the stage for a group photo as we celebrate the 10th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. 네. 자, 모두 준비가 되시면은 저희 정면에 있는 카메라를 봐주시기 바랍니다. So if you are ready, please make sure that your face is shown. So when we are ready, we are going to take the group photo. So we are ready. 네, 정면에 있는 카메라를 보고 활짝 웃어주시기 바랍니다. Please smile for our cameras. 네, 여러분 큰 박수 한번 부탁드립니다. 네, 제10회 국제주택도시금융 포럼의 성공적인 개최를 위해서 다 함께 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. Why don't we give everyone a big round of applause as we celebrate the 10th International Forum on Housing and Infrastructure. And since we're in Korea, we're going to take one more photo. 네, 저희 사진 촬영 한 번만 더 할 텐데요. So in Korea, we have this Korean heart. This is a Korean heart. So because it's the end of the year and we're talking about co-prosperity, we're going to create a Korean heart with your fingers. So please face the cameras. 네, 저희 이제 마지막 사진 촬영은 또 이렇게 하트를 그리면서 사진 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 저희 VIP 세 분은 잠시 무대에 남아주시기 바랍니다. So everyone, you can return to your seats. We're going to take one more photo with our delegates from ADB. So everyone from ADB, please come forward. 네, 저희 VIP 세 분과 그리고 이제 아시아개발은행 대표단과 함께 두 번째 기념사진 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. So everyone from ADB, please come forward. So our delegates from ADB, please come forward for a group photo. 네, 저희 아시아개발은행 ADB 관계자분들을 모시고 두 번째 기념사진 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. So everyone from ADB, please come forward. 네, 이번에 제10회 국제주택 도시금융 포럼의 개최를 축하하기 위해서 또 아시아개발은행 ADB에서 정말 많은 분들께서 자리를 함께 해주셨습니다. So once everyone is lined up and ready, we will take the photo. 네, 괜찮나요? Okay, so please face the cameras and big smiles for our cameras. 네, 정면에 있는 카메라를 보고 활짝 웃어주시기 바랍니다. And now we're in Korea, so we're all going to do 화이팅. So this is the Korean way to take a group photo. So we're all going to go say 화이팅. So 1, 2, 3, 화이팅! 네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 감사합니다. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. Yes, and now before we begin the first session, we're going to take a 15-minute coffee break. Coffee and refreshments are prepared in the lobby. Please enjoy the coffee break, and we hope you will return to your seats by 1:30 for the next session. Thank you. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoy the coffee break. We are now going to kick off the first session. This morning, our speakers all mentioned deepening inequality and polarization as some of the common challenges that we are facing. So for the first session, we have a very timely theme or topic prepared, which is the role of housing and urban finance in an increasingly polarizing world. And so we have two presentations, and these two presentations will be followed by a panel discussion. And it is now my honor and pleasure to introduce our first speaker. Our first presenter is Professor Stephen Malpezzi from the University of Wisconsin, and today his presentation title is Polarization and Urban Finance, Some Insights from Abroad. So with that said, please welcome Professor Malpezzi with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Am I a good distance? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So I've been asked to speak about polarization, and I'm going to speak primarily about polarization in general and use some examples from other countries, including my home country, the United States. I'll say a few words about Korea, but we have other speakers later in the session and later today who are much more knowledgeable about Korea, and we'll kind of go from the general to the more specific. And I would also suggest I have a lot of slides. People who know me say he always has too many slides. And what I will do is keep the time. I will skip some slides, but they're in the book for you to read. But also, I have a lot of notes and references. If you are really into this subject, if you email me, I'll send you the electronic version with all the notes. So I don't think it's a surprise that this was a theme of one of the themes of the conference, given that polarization has been notably increasing in the United States, in a wide range of countries, and I'm told in Korea. So I'm going to have a little bit of a quick review. And polarization in what? There are many elements or ways in which we can be polarized: by income distribution or wealth distribution, by all sorts of social capital and outcomes, education level, for example, housing conditions, of course, and of course politics can be very polarized. And I've been reading more recently. I'm an economist by training, but as a layperson, I've been reading work by anthropologists and psychologists and others about how humans seem to be, in some ways, hardwired into dividing ourselves into us and them in all sorts of ways. Sometimes that works well, sometimes not so well. Again, as an American, a U.S. citizen, when I think of polarization, this event, is, very much on my mind. And in terms of political polarization, the way even that September 6th attack on the Capitol several years ago is viewed, varies by your political leaning. And it's particularly interesting that we've had an election in the U.S. Many countries have had elections recently, and Korea's was not too long ago. But if there's one thing Americans can agree upon, whether you're Democratic or Republican or none of the above, or liberal or conservative, Americans are not happy about their politics. This word chart shows results of a survey on the one-word descriptions Americans use to describe their politics. And lots of data. I'm going to sort of skim through some of these. You can look at them later. Whenever your party is in power, if the Republicans are in power, the red line is above the blue line. If Democrats are in power, the blue line is above the red line. But the real story is, wherever you are, up or down, it's declining the whole way around. That trust in government and other measures of polarization are getting much worse, and have been for some time, not just recently, not just with the last few elections. And I'll skip some of these slides. But it's not just the United States. I didn't pick this pick on Thailand. I'm sure we have some friends from Thailand here, but because, you know, you have the red shirts and the yellow shirts, the visualization is very strong. But we could pull up examples from a dozen or 20 countries if we had the time, which we don't. You know, various ways of measuring this, using social media, surveys, voting in legislatures, as well as voters in elections. I pulled this out for your consideration. You know, I'm just reporting what the scholars Chung and Haggard found recently. And they study polarization in South Korea over time. And their most recent data suggests that the electorate itself, it's fairly centralized, you know, but there's a bigger tail on the left than the right. And the parties, while groups of parties can be segmented into left and right, you know, again, it's true that there's a lot of overlap. So the lesson I take from this, which I can stand to be corrected by experts here, is that parties in Korea have to find ways to reach out to the center in order to succeed electorally. That didn't happen in the US in the recent election, but we can talk about that more in discussion. I'm going to throw out three concepts that are related. You know, polarization is when we're moving to various extreme ends of a spectrum, but we also often talk about populism in this context. It's a little bit different. Populism is, you know, dividing the world into the people and the elite, and authoritarianism is a way that sometimes people take advantage of polarization and populism. And we can find examples of countries or histories where all three were present, or any two of the three. It's a little complicated, and I discussed that a bit in the notes. But to describe the most severe or pernicious form of polarization, according to the scholars who study this in political science and sociology, I think you basically divide it up into, instead of worrying about policies, where do you stand on policy fronts or those views, it's about identity, that it's us and them very, you know, neatly. In the US, a Republican these days can be counted on to oppose something just because Democrats favor it, and to some extent vice versa. Lots of things that can either precede polarization or cause it, and we don't have time to discuss these. I just tried to throw out a list and some references below to think about. But some of these are related to housing and housing finance. A country that has a housing system that doesn't work very well is a country that is going to have more problems along polarization lines. And the US, I think, is a country that is very much, housing issues are very much connected to some of our polarization. And at the same time, and again, just a quick note, and hope you can take a look at this in the book and think about some of these, and send me your thoughts and corrections if you think I need correcting. I usually do, as my friends Kim Kyung-wan and Man Cho can tell you. Housing systems that work well can sometimes help push back against polarization. So again, it's something that can be cause and effect, but also can be a tool to address it. You know, one famous set of studies by Thomas Piketty and Emmanuel Says, and with others, and Piketty in particular with his 2017 book, you know, focused on income and wealth distributions in the US, but also in a number of other European countries. Not surprisingly, I have a lot of data from France, since those two scholars are French. But if you just look at the red line and take it at face value as a rough indicator for the moment, you can see that the income distribution focused on the top decile, things evened out after the 20s and 30s, but then in the late 70s began to become more and more unevenly distributed. This data is often discussed. One of the issues that isn't always well known is that those results in the last couple of decades have been largely, not entirely, but largely driven by the housing market. That booms and busts in the housing market are very much connected to changes in income and wealth distribution in the United States. And a classic paper by LaCava goes into this in some detail. How are we doing on time? I won't spend time on this, too much time on this now, but LaCava shows that it's not just at the national level, but when you look at localities in the U.S., markets where it's hard to get housing developed and housing supply lags behind demand, often because of regulatory issues, sometimes because of natural geographic constraints, most perniciously when you combine the two, a place like San Francisco, where you have difficult geography, mountains, big bodies, irregular bodies of water, and very difficult zoning and other regulations. These things with strong demand combine to really have a pernicious effect on income and wealth distributions. And this is just kind of showing how, from LaCava showing how much the variance in state activity drives this. We have some very high booms in U.S. housing prices. Again, one thing that's a little different, though I don't have slides on it, is that in the run-up we had in the early 2000s that resulted in the great financial crisis, the problems were somewhat concentrated on a identifiable number of cities in California, New York, Arizona, Florida, a few other places. A lot of other markets in the Midwest, Texas, other places in the South, not so much. This time around, the problems, the inability to keep up with housing demand has been more of an issue across the board in city after city in places that used to be more elastic. And again, I just put this up as a placeholder. I'm talking about the U.S. as a case study, but these housing issues have been coming to the fore in a wide range of countries. We can maybe talk about that. I'm going to skip a few of these slides that, we've already talked about some of this. One of the polarizing events, by the way, was the government response to the great financial crisis. Ha, I brought my own. I guess that's a signal my voice needs a little refreshing here. After the great financial crisis, government support was focused on bailing out the banks, and there were good reasons for that, not because I love banks, but because a financial collapse is something that has a lot of terrible spillover effects to people who aren't stockholders or bank officials. But on the other hand, for political reasons, relatively little was done for mortgage borrower assistance, and a number of economists and others who've worked on this think that this is something that could have mitigated some of the polarization effects. I'm going to skip over for time. We've only got about 5 minutes. Some of the basics of financial intermediation. It's a little bit of Coles to Newcastle. If I come to speak to a financial audience, I probably don't have to convince you that financial intermediation is important. I want to skip ahead to one particular point that I put in bold in the slides here that's not bolded in. There's all other kinds of intermediation. What's intermediation? It's when you separate who makes the investment and who provides the resources, or who uses the asset and who saves up for it. So in financial intermediation, classic financial intermediation, there are people who have a comparative advantage in saving. Right now, I'm going to reveal to you, I get more money every month in my pension than I spend. I know. That was sheer dumb luck. But there I am. So what do? I use that to finance other things, including my grandkids' education, but also financial instruments that then provide funds for other uses, whether it's education, plant and equipment, whatever investment materials are needed. So the idea is finance separates out savings and investment, or resource mobilization. And so I think of rental housing as another form of non-financial intermediation. It's very critical in any housing market that you basically have a system where landlords are agents that have an asset that they don't have a good use for personally, but they can rent out, and somebody else, who hasn't had the chance to accumulate the wealth or other assets is using it. So I think it's a good idea to start thinking of rental housing as another form of intermediation. I pulled together some data. Later you'll hear from Mario Hoek-Smit, who's from Penn, who's put together this great thing called HUF2024. And I looked through her slides. She doesn't have a slide in her deck about HUF2024. But don't worry, I have one at the end. And she didn't pay me. But I used her data to look at mortgage balances outstanding across countries. And I'm going to skip to the next slide, just shows that top quadrant. You can see that just in terms of dollar amounts, if this data is a useful measure, Korea is kind of in line with what you might expect in terms of its total mortgage market size relative to the size of its economy. Now, this is just the starting point, not the end, for thinking about mortgage markets and financial intermediation. The devil is in the details of mortgage design and how resource mobilization is done. But at least this is a starting point for thinking about it. And Korea, I think, has done better than some people may be aware. I highly recommend this study by Kaza and others of OECD that look at homeownership. I'm going to sort of skip to the two slides. What they find looking at about, about a dozen or more countries is that this is not going to be a total surprise. In most countries, the top of the income distribution has a lot of wealth in stocks and bonds and financial form. But if you look at the wealth of the middle income households and also the lower income households, to the extent that lower income households have been able to accumulate wealth, it's often in housing. And in fact, they also show, I won't spend time discussing this in any detail, they show that housing tends to equalize the distribution of wealth across countries. If you didn't have housing wealth, you'd have a much more unequal distribution of wealth. There's a lot more to find in this study. It's very much worth looking at. But at the same time, there's something else we have to keep in mind. That doesn't mean that any mortgage we ever make to a middle income or low income household is a good idea, because it can also involve risk if you have the wrong kind of mortgage design, as we did in the US in the early 2000s. You can basically be saddling people with a risk they don't understand, and maybe the people making the loans, at least at the retail level, don't understand either. So we're just about out of time, so I'm going to skip ahead to a couple of points at the end. And one is, I think, has been brought up in some of the discussions I've heard on the floor as we've been discussing different countries. When you think about lessons from abroad, don't focus on institutions. I'm here to tell you, no one in this room, but I've met American consultants who go to a country, and when they discover there's no Fannie Mae there, they say, well, what you need is a Fannie Mae. But the Germans have their favorite system. Don't focus on specific institutions, focus on what those institutions do and how best to do them in a given society. And I have 17 seconds left. which is just enough time to give a plug for Maria and also my own blog. So if you want to hear get some of the detail behind this, email me and I'll send you the version that has the notes and so on. And I'm over time, right?
Just a few seconds.
All right. I better get out of here before I get in trouble.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Professor Malpetsi. Thank you for that very insightful overview of the concept of polarization. I think it's provided us with invaluable context, and I think you've set us up nicely for the following discussions and presentations, so thank you. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite to the stage Professor Nam Young-woo from the Korea Nazarene University, and today his presentation will cover changes in Korea's housing market and the role of housing and urban finance. Please welcome Professor Nam with a big round of applause.
예, 발표 시작하겠습니다.
I will begin my presentation. I am Nam Young-woo from the Korea Nazarene University. Great to see you, everyone. My presentation is on changes in Korea's housing market and the role of housing and urban finance based on the National Housing and Urban Fund. So these are the contents of my presentation. As you can see here, I'll first cover the background and the achievements that we have made. And the minister mentioned, and also in the video, we also saw that we have this National Housing and Urban Fund, and we made some progress, so that's what I'm going to cover. But still, in Korea, the market has been changing and evolving. So there are challenges that we need to tackle. So that will be my presentation. And last but not least, I will cover our strategies and future challenges that we have. First, on the background of the housing and urban finance introduction. So as you may know, in the 1970s and 80s, we made a rapid economic growth. And along the way, we had a concentration of people in urban areas. And with that, we have starting this and HUF, the National Housing and Urban Fund. But however, now we are seeing the low growth and declining birth rates and aging population. And also economic disparity is another issue. So the NHUF, or the fund, needs to play a renewed role in the new world. So like I said earlier, Korea since 1970s and 80s, as you can see here, over like a 10%. The economy has been growing at over 10%. As you know, in 1997, we suffered the Asian financial crisis, and up until that day, we have been achieved a really fast growth in economy. And another thing is that we are having this higher urbanization rate. Many people were coming to the city areas, not just in Korea, but economies which have been growing fast. Developing countries have experienced this. And people are coming to cities, and where do they need to live? Of course, there is not enough houses in cities. They need to have a water supply first, and Cheonggyecheon is one river in the city, so that's where people started to flock together. So in here on the top left, you can see the picture. That is the Cheonggyecheon, the river traversing Seoul in 1970s. There were like the unregistered houses. And at that time, the challenge or the priority was to supply as many as houses. And let me show you how that has transformed today. This is the recent picture of the Cheonggyecheon River. So you can compare what it is today and in the 70s. So we needed to have more houses, and we need to tackle the residential issues, and we have implemented this NHUF. So let me tell you about the progress. So I thought about talking about the journey, but let me give you first the conclusion. So since 1980s, Korea has supplied a lot of houses, and so quantity-wise, it made quite a progress. Supplying the houses. So since 1980, over like 40 years, it provided like 400,000 on average houses. And you can see that the inventory and the number of houses, it has gone up to like 21,674 in terms of like the 1,000 units. Not just in terms of the quantity, but quality-wise. I was born in 1972, so I remember we didn't have like a hot water supplied in my house. But in the 1980s, we didn't have these flush toilets or hot water in houses. About like less than 20% only had the service. But these days, we have this apartment, and apart is like a song, the famous K-pop song. And apartments was what we were starting to supply, and with that, we started to have like a quality housing. Now, most of the houses have this hot water and flush toilets, so these things were started to be there in houses. And with this Housing and Urban Fund, we could achieve both quality and the quantity growth. So how could this possible? So let me tell you about the journey. So first in Korea, the supplying houses was the top priority. So for supply, we wanted to build some structure or the system. Although I was not there, I was so young, so I'm only guessing based on this whole data. And to build a foundation for housing supply, especially for those who do not own houses, they built this Korea National Housing Corporation. The LH is what we call it today. And also they needed the funding, so they also created a Korea Housing Bank. And as was briefly mentioned earlier, we started to have this subscription system. They have the subscription savings accounts, and they put the money into the banks and the accounts, and the owners of the accounts can get the right to have this pre-sale. And to facilitate the supply, we needed to ease the burden of the financing. So it is not selling the units after construction done. So we have adopted this pre-sale system so that the construction companies can get the financing with these deposits money, and they can go on with the construction. So that really helped in increasing the supply of houses. But developers and construction companies, they may go bankrupt, and it could be an issue. So the public side provided a guarantee from the government, and that is the hosting organization of this event, HUG, Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation. So Korea started to build this whole framework and of like different parties to supply houses. But to operate this whole system, they needed to have the funds and money. So how they are going to get the funding? That was the one challenge. But the private sector at the time, how to tap into the private sector was one problem. At the time, we need to grow the economy. We need to build the roads and infrastructure and social stuff. So mobilizing the private sector resources was what they were trying to do. At the time, we were having this fast economic growth, and we can get some gains from the economy, and the public would have higher income. So a part or a portion of that gains were like restored or brought into the housing corporation, and they built this National Housing and Urban Fund. So let me give you more details. So people, when they get like the licenses or authorization or registration or some license or approval, they can have like a lower than market interest rates to purchase the bond for national housing. And then the whole funds that were coming from the bond sales will be used to put the money into the funds for the housing and urban fund. And some portion of public's income will go to the subscription savings accounts, and they can also serve as a funding source for the NHUF. So those two sources of funds were used to supply houses. So let me show you some numbers. So every 5 years, and the last part will be like 3 years only from 2021 to 2023. So you can see here it's like a 320 trillion won interest income, or the loans redeemed were not counted here. So those were from the national housing bonds or subscription savings accounts. So these were two main sources of funding to contribute to the fund and to supply houses and also support people who are not owning homes. About the utilization of the fund, it depended on different times. Like I said earlier, in 1998, we had the Asian financial crisis. Before that, our focus was to supply houses, and the red one shows the support for new housing supply. And after the Asian financial crisis, we wanted to support the vulnerable or the low-income people. So it was mostly about building like a renter housing or supporting or giving the subsidies to the buyers from the fund. And by doing so, for different stages and different years, the fund made different contributions for a stable housing market. So with the fund, whenever we had some challenges in housing sector, it made a great contribution, and especially in supplying houses. So these are the number of the houses. So the new housing permission or the approval over the 40 years, they accounted for like a 30%. And before 2000s, when we had like a shortage of houses, like a high number or the portion of the new houses were funded by this NHUF. So this financing helped Korea to tackle the shortage of the houses. And now I'll cover what challenges that we are facing ahead. First, well, we supplied houses, but still the prices are quite high. Supply is quite large, but income went up, and there was like a huge demand about the houses. So still the price is quite high. And as you can see in the slide, compared to the income, the PIR in the metropolitan area is like a higher than 9, which shows the home or the house prices are so high. And when you break them down by age group, less than like under 40, in 2010 it was like over 30%, and up until 2020 it was like a slightly higher than like a 30% home ownership rate, but from 2022 it went down, which means that younger generations find it harder to own homes. So for younger generations, I mean, they are complaining more and more about this high and rising home prices. And one signal is the decrease in the number of the subscription savings account owners. As I mentioned earlier, you have to subscribe to these savings accounts and put some money into the accounts. So most of the Korean people have the accounts, and many people are surprised when they hear this. About half of the population in Korea have the savings accounts for home subscription. But when you look at the trend, since 2021, the number of accounts started to go down. Well, this decrease is something that we have not had before. And as the number of the accounts going down, I mean, that's because, as I mentioned earlier, this is one source of the fund for housing. So this will have a negative impact on the housing and urban funds. So this is some challenge that we need to tackle. Next is about the aging population. We are aging so fast. And in 2018, we were already an aging society. And next year or the year after that, we will become super aged society. And aging is a problem, but the elderly poverty rate is really high in terms of the OECD countries ranking. So elderly population compared to the younger generations, they have higher home ownership rate, but still there are so many elderly people who are poor and who do not have homes. So given these situations, we have to supply like a social rental housing. And when you look at the ratio of the public rental housing compared to the OECD, it's higher than the average, like 8.9% social rental housing ratio. But when you look at the details, the countries with the higher social rental housing rates, they have more private sector involvement. But in Korea, the private sector involvement is lower. So to increase social rental housing, we need to engage the private sector more. So the Korean government is also looking into this and working hard to get it right. And about the rental housing market, this is really a big challenge for the Korean government. And in particular, in Korea, there are unregistered rental housings. They account for about like the 80%. These are not registered private renters, and only 20% are registered and monitored or covered by the government. And they have like a 4-year lease period at max, and the tenant protection is not really easy. And these tenants are younger generations or elderly without homes. So this is a really important challenge that we need to tackle. So how we are tackling and working to address these issues? First, to attract the private funds, we are now changing some structures. Before, it was only based on the loans, but now REITs is now being leveraged as a way to make the equity investment and attract the private investment and private sector so that we can build more public rental houses. And also from the private sector, we do not have enough private rental housing, so we want to make them more registered. And the government came up with like models, 3 different models. So these models include, there were some regulations, and they are now easing the regulations, like tax incentives and the subsidies were offered. And also, although there are some private renter housings, if they were turned into like a long-term private renters, then they can get the benefits like the taxation and finance and others. And with 3 different business models, we are now trying to offer different benefits. And for younger generations, like I said earlier, they are not happy with the housing situation in Korea. So we are offering different programs, and we have this housing support portal site, and that's where you can access different benefit programs. And for younger generation, we have a separate portal website which describes like the programs and benefits for younger generations. For example, for supply, finance, and even housing cost, there are different programs offered for the younger generations. And for elderly population, because the whole polarization is a serious issue, and for the elderly people, we offer the housing support for the elderly. public renter housing. For the high-income people, they can have like some higher quality residential services, which is what we call as like a silver town, like the residential houses. But some people have like a poverty, so we have the silver stay program, so they can stay there longer at a lower rent. And it's not just for the housing, but they also offer different residential services for the elderly people. So that's one thing that we are now having under preparation. So I covered about the programs that we are working on, but there are things that we need to do more in the future. Polarization, low birth rate, and there are many other challenges that we are facing. And we need to do more for the Housing and Urban Fund. So for younger generation, the number of the subscription savings accounts are on the decline. And then we will see the decrease in terms of the source for the fund. So we need to get the stable fund, and we may think about extending government support for younger generation. We may develop like a new mortgage products or have more registered private renter houses so that those with no homes can stay for a longer period. And also for the elderly, we need to offer more houses and like a silver stay program for the middle income elderly. And we may link that with the like a reverse mortgage. And in Korea, we have the reverse mortgage program so that they can get the annuity financed by the housing. And the other thing is that to increase the number of the registered private renters, we have been working hard and we offered some benefits. But if the benefits are too much or the housing prices go up, then the government scale them down. But I want them to have more consistent and long-term plan to offer these programs so that we can tackle the challenges that I described. So that is it for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nam, for that very informative presentation. He gave us a very, I think, comprehensive overview of Korea's housing and urban finance sector, as well as some wonderful policy recommendations. So now we are going to move on to the panel discussion. Please allow me to invite our moderator, Professor Jo Man, Emeritus Professor at KDI Graduate School of International Policy and Management, to the stage. We'd also like to invite our two speakers, Professor Nam and Professor Malpezi, to the stage once again. And I would also like to invite our panelists, Srinivas Sampath, the Director of Water and Urban Development Sector Office at ADB, Dr. Michael Yam, Trustee at REHDA Institute of Malaysia, Professor Jin Mi-yoon from Myongji University Graduate School of Real Estate, also Director Seo Pyong-seok from the Financial Stability Department at Bank of Korea, to the stage for the panel discussion. So please come up to the stage and take your seats. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are providing simultaneous interpretation. So if you need interpretation, please use the receivers in front of you. And now that everyone is seated and ready, I will hand the floor over to Professor Cho. Professor Cho, the floor is yours.
Do you hear me well? Okay. I welcome everyone. Those from Korea as well as from other countries. And I also appreciate and congratulate HUG and other organizers in having 10th anniversary of this event. I think each year they select timely and contemporary policy issue, and I think this year is no exception. Now, my role in this panel discussion is essentially a time checker and I just noticed that we have a reduction of 10 minutes in our time. So I will just ask each of 4 discussants to talk about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and then we have a big audience today, but we will try to see if there is a 1 or 2 question or comment from the floor. And then I will ask 2 presenters, Professor Malpezi and Professor Nam, to respond. And then I will give a couple of remarks myself to end the panel. But before we go into the discussion, I guess our collective job is to link 2 keywords, polarization and housing finance. Professor Malpezi tried to do that in the international context, while Professor Nam to do so in the Korean context. So I'm sure each discussant have a number of issues to go over in that regard. So I will follow the order in our program. So the first discussant will be Mr. Srinivas Sampes. He is currently serving as a director in the water and urban development sector at ADB. So without further ado, Mr. Sampes.
Thank you very much to the host and the organizers of this event. Let me jump straight to the discussion. What I would like to focus is on how housing, affordable housing, is a strong foundation for both equity and stability in a polarizing world. Polarization of income, as we heard from the professor beginning, and geographic inequality actually exacerbates housing, and that creates huge amount of inequity in the society. Therefore, affordable housing, access to housing, can actually have a very important role in supporting and reducing disparities and increasing inclusion. Across Asia, more than 500 million people do not have access to good quality housing, and rapid urbanization actually has exacerbated that. As the leading multilateral development bank of the region, ADB really has been working very hard to try and bring inclusive and affordable housing to its communities all across the Asian region. A key driver of that has been to use private sector investment and private sector development as part of the vehicle for that. The critical element when we developed our comprehensive strategy was to look at how policy and institutional support can help address some of the inequalities, that therefore reducing polarization. We work very closely with government and the private sector and strengthen the governance, which then addresses some of these issues that was very well highlighted by Professor in his first speech. Housing finance is an important element, and urban investment that actually helps to de-risk some of the investment also is very critical. If the supporting infrastructure is not there and it's left to the private sector, they are going to load all of that cost into the unit, and therefore it's going to make it very highly inaccessible to a large population of the society. Our role has been to try and help bring those investment into the forum so that equitable investments can be brought in for affordable housing and overall in the ecosystem of the region. Other important element is to also help develop capacity building programs so that regulatory institutions, mortgage finance institutions, and financial intermediation institutions have that capacity to assess and develop products that are very unique to each of the markets and deliver those solutions for the clients. In terms of housing projects that we worked on during the course of several years, we find that one of the most important elements is where public and private sector institutions come together, where each one is able to manage its own risks and rewards appropriately. So identifying which risk elements should be passed on to the private sector and which should be retained by the public sector becomes an extremely important and critical aspect as part of this job. The second important aspect is that trying to address the supply side constraints, but also to develop a roadmap in terms of how housing project delivery needs to happen. We've done several projects, and there are presentations available where we can discuss about that. We worked in Georgia, Bhutan, India, Indonesia, Uzbekistan, so a range of expertise that we've gathered helps us to then deliver solutions that are more bespoke to each of the situations in our client countries. A critical element of delivery is now coming as public-private partnerships, making sure that the structures are in place for a bankable transaction that we can deliver solutions for. A critical element, and we saw during the presentation of the previous speakers, is focusing on rental housing. The reason why we are focusing on rental housing is that there are large segment of population which simply cannot get onto the property ladder, and therefore they live in suboptimal and very, very poor quality housing. And you saw the presentation of Chingachong River between 1970 and 2024. The massive transformation that has happened has been because of the access to quality housing that has been provided. That's the kind of vision we are also espousing in terms of supporting both public and private sector investment in delivery of rental housing. The third important element that we want to look at is how do we structure both financing and technology in terms of finding the right mix, having the tools for assessing land, but also looking at how digital transformation could help in delivering some of these housing solutions also. The critical element as part of that is to then try and develop supply of housing sites, integrated urban planning. We can look at in terms of stakeholder engagement, but also looking at models of where collaboration can work well. We have learned a lot of lessons. In some places, collaborations have not worked. So we're looking at how we could deliver solutions that are bespoke to lower income and middle income countries as well, but also within the segment of the population, economically weaker sections, lower income population, and middle income population. The vision that we espouse moving forward in terms of, this brings us back to the theme of the subject, is how do we use urban resilience and urban planning and housing delivery and infrastructure finance as the focal for addressing some of the disparities that we are seeing in a highly polarized world. And our hope is that a combination of tools, technology, and solutions that we have from housing finance infrastructure delivery would help us achieve that. And one of the critical pillars of this is scalability through partnership that we have with private sector in delivering the solution. And in closing, I would like to suggest that the partnership that we have with the international institutions and this forum, and the reason why many of us are here in Korea this week, is to really work closely with institutions that have expertise in this area, working with them, working with the private sector, and delivering solutions that actually can reduce polarization, but also reduce urban inequality that we have. And we really hope that integrated housing delivery, rental housing delivery actually addresses some of the huge gaps that we see in urban governance, and therefore deliver solutions that brings scale, but also brings dignity to people who live in these housing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being on time. It was exactly 5 minutes. The second discussant is Dr. Michael Yamkong Choi from Real Estate and Housing Development Agency of Malaysia.
Good afternoon. Hi. 안녕하세요. Thank you, Professor Choman, for giving me 300 seconds to speak. I may be able to take some of the time off my fellow speaker, who has given back some extra seconds. Good afternoon to Mr. Yoo Bo-tae, President of HUG, distinguished speakers and panelists, participants at this conference. Firstly, I want to thank Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation for the opportunity to share and learn at this 10th forum. Also, thank you for the snow. Gave me a great feeling this morning, but not so good experience in the 2-hour journey to the hotel, but thanks anyway. I've got some quick slides to show, which I managed to reduce to about 15 slides, and they're trying to keep the time. I want to remind myself where I was about 12 hours ago. my subject is on Malaysia in terms of its housing policies and financing. So that's Malaysia there. And quickly, its location within ASEAN, which is a economic powerhouse comprising of 10 other countries. Key statistics, it's there to be shown. Next slide. Got it. Okay, next one. Annual GDP between 5 to 6% in 2024 and around 5% also for 2025. This is a projection. Quick economic outlook in terms, here we are, sorry, existing housing stock. I have highlighted the fact that about 25% of our housing stock is actually in terms of price control or affordable housing as a consequence of government policy. So total housing stock, formal, about 6.3 million throughout Malaysia, but including informal housing, about 8 million. So we have a population of about 32 million that works out to about 4 persons per household. Latest budget by the government in terms of helping home buyers, and I think the rationale for this was already spoken by the minister, honorable minister, in terms of the disparity in income, affordability, and the ability of first-time home buyers to raise capital for the deposit for housing. So if you look at the first two, self-employment social security scheme and the iBiaya scheme, this is interesting because in Malaysia there's a formal system for retirement where the individual contributes 9% of his salary and the employer matches it by 11% minimum, which as a consequence result in 20% of the salaries being parked with the government's pension fund. The EPF, I think, is the 4th biggest or 6th biggest pension fund in the world. And that pension fund is used for investment so that when they retire, they will withdraw from that pension. But not captured in that net, as you realize, are the gig workers. The new economy coming in, the informal workers are not trapped within it. So the government has decided to rope them in to protect their interests in the future. Going down, slightly further down, you've got Housing Credit Guarantee Scheme. This initiative is backed by a 12.8 billion allocation, which aims to assist over 57,000 first-time home buyers by offering government-backed guarantees for housing loan. So roughly, our average annual demand is probably around 150,000. So if we're able to provide 57,000, that roughly forms about 1/3 of the total demand annually from first-time home buyers. Then you have tax relief for first-time home buyers. First-time buyers can receive up to 7,000 ringgit in tax relief when purchasing homes priced under 500,000 ringgit. This aims to reduce the financial strain on buyers. So preface to housing affordability, I think we all spoke about earlier, the big divide in equal distribution of income. And as a quick slide, the richest 1% own almost 50% of the world's wealth, while the poorest 50% owns less than 1%. Closer home, Asia's top 1% owns almost 25% of its total wealth of 1.78 trillion, while 1.4 billion of its 4.8 billion population live in poverty. And many of these has got no access to affordable home. So what are the challenges in terms of overcoming these challenges? So in Malaysia, first thing, planning approvals subject to developers. This is the private sector coming in, developing between 30 to 40% of the total number of housing units approved based on a control price, which is cross-subsidized by the balanced normal price unit. This is a cross-subsidy model. The control price varies according to the size of the unit and is different from state to state. So we have 13 states, and each state have their policy. But as a guide, a typical 75 square meter apartment would be sold between 80,000 ringgit, that is 18,200 US dollar, to 300,000 ringgit, just under US $70,000 per unit, which is cross-subsidized by loading as high as US 23,000 ringgit to a normal price unit. So if you want to interpret that way, it means the middle-class family buying a normal housing is actually cross-subsidizing up to 23,000 ringgit to help their fellow friend. Social engineering policy to uplift the well-being of certain ethnic groups through affirmative action plan also requires developers to give discount between 5 to 15% on house prices to facilitate easier access to home ownership. And how is this financed? Banks are required to allocate an agreed amount of loans sanctioned by central bank specifically for purchases of control price housing. This target is monitored by central bank in the form of a report card to be submitted. So given a free market situation, banks only lend to the rich and the able. But this is where the bank will say, depending on the size of the market, size of its balance sheet. For instance, 5% of your capital has been allocated to affordable housing, and that will be translated to maybe 100,000 units for one bank, 20,000 for another. And every year you submit a report card to central bank. Government, state, and local municipalities. Just 2 more points. Yep, okay. Government, state, and local government also have annual budget allocation to build affordable council housing. This is actually for rental to the poorest citizens. Lastly, federal government agencies such as the armed forces, police, hospital, fire department also provide housing in strategic locations for essential staff. Hence, through these policies, the government has been able to provide affordable housing to more than 25% of its population. These strategies have enabled a proper roof above the heads of the lower paid sector, thus improving the wealth equitable gap and reducing polarization amongst different socio-economic groups of the population necessary for peace and harmony of the nation. I think the 17 SDG of you are familiar. I think the one that would be a good guidance for stakeholders will be SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, and a good example was Chong Yi Chong, a project I've managed to visit 2-3 times, just to look at this transformation. SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, and SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities.
Sorry for interrupting you, but could you wrap up in a couple of minutes?
Yeah. Is that 20 seconds there? Sorry. Looking at the wrong clock.
Yeah.
Okay, just 3 more slides. I just want to highlight that Malaysia is the only country where private sector is imposed with compulsory affordable housing quota across the board nationwide. By comparison, in overseas practices, government seems to offer incentives to private sector to undertake affordable housing. Hence, the cross-subsidy model practiced in private housing development may not be sustainable as it is an indirect tax.
그것이 어떤 간접세 같은 역할을 하기 때문인데요.
That conditions is forced on us in 1980. So this has been going for 45 years.
그러면 이제 이 제도가 이제
This is
계속
funding. I
운영돼
think
왔던 여러 가지
previous
내용들을
speakers talked about
담고 있고요. 아까 또 발표에서 들었던 내용까지
how
같이
projects are
한번
funded
넘어가도록
through issuance of
하겠습니다.
bonds and so on and so forth.
여러 가지 채권 발행에 대한 내용이 있었고요. 네.
Thank you.
네, 그 발표는
감사합니다.
이것으로 마무리하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And next discussant will be Professor Mi-yoon Jin from Myungji University in Korea.
네, 반갑습니다. 네.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Malpezi and also Professor Nam. It is my pleasure to meet with all of you. I think we came to talk about a very important agenda, which is inequality and polarizing and also housing finance. So many global housing scholars say that housing question is back. So housing question is back. So after global financial crisis, we thought that everything is going well, but after COVID-19 pandemic, we are witnessing up and down of housing prices and also all the following problems. So I think, yes, definitely polarizing centric housing is settling down. So finance is good and financing is good, but I think at the same time the situation is quite unstable. In the past, we came to think of whether I'll be able to borrow money from banks. And yes, interest rate is low, but we have to think about why instability all around us is worsening. So I think this is the question that I've been keep asking myself. And about that question, I think the gap is huge. The gap is widening, and I think there is a fear that the gap will not be closed. So despite of the positive contribution of financing, still I think we are feeling instability. So in the past, I think the living standards was more or less the same for all of us. But I think now in the future, there's a distance and also gap is widening between us and them. So why would that be? That's the beginning of the question that we have to ask. According to recent statistics in Korea, the gap in terms of housing is widening. For those who are standing at the top of 10% and also 10% at the bottom, the asset inequality is as large as 40 times. So 40 times, you might not know how big the gap is. Should we reduce the gap? If we do, then how much? And why is it so problematic? We have to ask ourselves. So there's issues around distribution and also inequality. I think we have to conduct more research really to get to the bottom of the cause behind. So I think there's a room for academia to really contribute. When it comes to housing is a tangible asset. And we talk about stocks, and also we talk about Bitcoin, and we regard housing, which is a tangible asset, as something which is similar to very volatile asset like stocks and also Bitcoin. So we are now sometimes describe the current situation as a financialization of housing asset. So we have to think about how we can improve the situation. So I think the government has to play its role, right? So we now have to achieve the financial democracy, right? So it means that access to finance is a universal thing. But property is owing democracy, right? Nowadays, the value of my house did not go up. So home ownership rate in Korea is only around 56.4%. It has been all along on that level. So then, where did the financing play the role to increase that level of home ownership? So we have to really think about more role for financing. And we have to really think about how we are going to achieve affordable home rather than talking about financialization of a property. So everything boils down to demand side, right? Why should we rely ourselves on financing? Because we cannot afford housing, right? So quality gap, affordability gap has to be reduced thanks to the role of finance. So financing should be like a lever. But I think there's too much demand compared to the supply. And I think our debt level is already exceeding 90%. I think it is already at the level high enough to restrain our consumption and also growth. So housing wealth impact is like nothing when the housing price is skyrocketing. So which means that it does not really boil down to consumption and also income distribution. So there's a missing link that we have to really find. So there's also supply side we have to think about. Without supply, when there's only financing support, that will only raise the housing price, right? Without supply, as is mentioned by Professor Nam, Korea has been adopting pre-sale system that was allowed and that has been tolerated because there was a lack of capital. And it is like we are borrowing money from those buyers. But there's a concept called the project financing, right? Putting less of my money and then the house has been built. So we have to maybe think about how we are going to speed up the supply. So the financing has been expanded, but why there's a stumbling block to financing still? So we have to further advance the financing, meaning that the government has to come in, and we have to think about how much gap we are going to reduce and how. So the government has to come up with a solution. And also we have to encourage entrepreneurship, for example, for providers. So, for example, the suppliers have to take capital burden throughout this forum.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the discussion. The last discussant will be Mr. Pyeong-seok Seo from Bank of Korea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jo. Thank you for inviting me to 10th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance, hosted by the Korean Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. It's my honor to join these distinguished speakers and panelists to discuss urban housing and finance regarding its main challenges and policy recommendations. Let me begin with a brief summary of the presentation by Professor Malpeje and Professor Nam. Firstly, Professor Malpeje presented global trend of polarization and inequalities with ample evidences from various researchers and showed that home ownership is associated with mitigating wealth inequality. And secondly, Professor Nam showed that housing and urban finance has played an important role in addressing Korea's housing challenges, and we are now seeing that Korea's housing market environment is changing due to social challenges such as economic polarizations and population aging. And he proposed new housing finance, such as long-term private rental housing utilizing REITs, to adapt to the evolving housing environment. Building upon these presentations, I would like to delve into the characteristics of the Korean housing finance, its challenges, and potential policy proposals from a financial and macroeconomic point of view. I may reiterate some of the Professor Jin's comments. As you may know well, we have witnessed robust growth in housing finance in Korea, and government finance support played a crucial role in the growth of housing finance. As you can see in the graph on the left, since 2013, total mortgage loans have more than doubled, from 500 trillion Korean won to over 1,100 trillion won. And mortgage loans to GDP ratio has increased from 32% to 44%. During that period, as you can see in the middle graph, Polish mortgage loans have almost quadrupled, from 60 trillion to 230 trillion. And public guarantees for mortgage loans have increased almost tenfold, from 40 trillion to 400 trillion. We believe that the improvement of accessibility to housing finance has enhanced home ownership in Korea. So household with debt shows higher proportion of home ownership. But this rapid expansion of housing finance is also likely to entail potential risk. Growing housing finance could stimulate speculative demand in the housing markets and lead to excessive borrowings from households. And as the graph on the right shows, we are seeing that the regional divergence in the housing price too, where housing prices in the Seoul metropolitan area rose more rapidly than other regions. These regional disparities have exacerbated regional polarizations by facilitating more concentration of population and economic activities into the Seoul metropolitan area. And this rise of housing prices, which was facilitated by enhanced accessibility to housing finance, ironically might have some negative impact on affordability of housing for low-income households, eventually widening wealth polarization. If we look at these potential risks from the financial and macroeconomic perspectives, excessive borrowings pose the main vulnerabilities of finance stability, especially when accompanied by asset market boom. And high debt repayment burden is likely to weigh on household consumption, causing negative impact on economic growth. As you can see in the graph on your left, Korea's household debt to GDP ratio is over 90%, as Professor Jin pointed out, and this is about 20 percentage points higher than the average of other advanced economies. Therefore, Korean government and the Bank of Korea are coordinating their policy efforts to gradually lower household debt to GDP ratio. However, recently, with the expectation of monetary policy easing, policymakers getting more concerned about potential rise of the housing prices and household debt increase. Lastly, I would like to close my discussion with some of policy proposals. To maintain sound and sustainable growth in the housing finance, it is necessary to design housing financing systems that support real demand and keep speculative demand at bay. In that context, Korean government has continued to strengthen debt servicing ratio regulation for households and encouraged financial institutions to enhance their risk management. By doing so, we hope that we could foster the practice of borrowing within borrower's capacity. In addition, we hope that government support could contribute to the achieving other important policy goals, such as boosting low birth rates and alleviating population aging pressures. I will stop here. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So now we have discussions from four discussants, and I appreciate each of them. Now we are running out of time, so why don't I just skip what I promised in the beginning. That is, we are not going to have a floor question or comment and go directly to two presenters for 2-3 minutes response. So maybe Professor Nam, you want to go first?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the great comments. Well, actually, about financing and polarization. In financing, it can be covered in other sectors as well, but I think my presentation was focused on the housing and urban finance. The National Housing and Urban Fund is just a buffer, I would say. It is for low-income people. It is like the minimum guarantee for their right to quality or decent living. And this will be maintained as it is. And I heard great comments. I mean, financing, how much universal it should be, but it should not also put too much burden or having some negative impacts on affordability. I also agree to many great points. So Korea, we have this housing fund, and it should play its role. But also, we have to involve like a private sector for better financing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
Many good points were raised. We only have a few moments, so I'll just throw out a couple of quick thoughts that occurred to me. One was one of the first commenters talked about the urban planning role, and I'm always suggesting anyone who's not familiar with Alain Bertot's work on the details of how to do urban planning well or better, including his book Urban Without Design, is a good place to start. I'm very intrigued by the public-private partnership issues, and I'm thinking that we probably have a lot to learn by not just thinking about public and private, but by applying more of the recent research on institutional economics, something that was done differently a long time ago, but with the recent Asimoglu and Robinson work has come more to the fore. Perhaps we should be applying some of these insights more to our field. In terms of the cross-subsidies that came up in Malaysia, I hope Maria, who's done a lot of work on the details of subsidy design, is a resource on how to do that better. I think something that it was a bit of an elephant in the room in many countries, including Korea, but also in the U.S. to a somewhat lesser degree, that the big demographic changes that are coming are something that we have to grapple with more. So lots on the agenda, and for time, maybe I'll stop here.
Okay. As a last step, why don't I give a couple of closing remarks, given what we have heard from the presenters and discussants. I guess the high-level assumption we have in this session is that housing has two dimensions of impact on society. On the one hand, it can help integrate the society in many different ways, but at the same time, it can also exacerbate polarization. So the question is how to maximize the first but minimize the second. I guess that's the key. But in any country, finding the balance is an extremely difficult issue. And it is even more difficult in Korea because we have a very unique rental housing contract called as jeonse, which is not that affordable and turns out to be risky. So, we have been discussing about the role of finance by a number of people, but how come the formal housing finance sector does more to improve the private rental housing contract we have, to make it more affordable and less risky? And we have a long list of political economy issues in the housing sector, like many other countries. Then one last statement I want to make is that we can certainly learn many things from the advanced economies. But at the same time, we can also learn from developing world by cooperating with their governments. It's sort of a learning by doing to figure out what is the good balance to design and implement a well-functioning housing sector. So I do appreciate the presenters and all the discussants for contributing to this session. And then I look forward to having the session 2 to cover the international issue. So that wraps up session 1. And thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderator, Professor Jo, as well as our presenters and panelists for sharing their insight. And I thought it was a very thought-provoking session. So once again, thank you. So I'm sure everyone could use a cup of coffee by now. So we're going to take a coffee break for 30 minutes. Once again, coffee and refreshments are prepared in the foyer. So please enjoy the coffee break, and we will see you here back at 3:30 for another intriguing session. So enjoy the coffee break. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope everyone is feeling recharged after that coffee break and is ready to dive into the next session. The next session is titled Sharing Korea's Experiences in Housing and Urban Finance. So we will look at lessons that we can learn from Korea's experience that will help to address some of the challenges that other countries are facing. And as Professor Cho mentioned, there is value in learning from each other. So we will also learn from Kazakhstan's experience as well. So we have three esteemed speakers waiting to deliver presentations. And after the presentations, we will once again have a panel discussion. And now please allow me to invite the first presenter for this second session, Dr. Kim Gyun-tae from the Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation will deliver a presentation titled Korea's Economic Growth and Housing Finance Lessons and Insights. With that said, please welcome Dr. Kim with a very big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Gyun-tae, working at the Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation. It is my pleasure and also honor for me to deliver my presentation in front of you. Today, I would like to talk to you about Korea's economic growth and also housing finance lessons and also insight. So my contents are simple, and it is never easy for me to deliver the history of Korea's economic growth in a very short time. So based on my perspectives, I would like to touch upon the key facts that I think important. So first, please let me turn to the per capita GDP. Back in the year 1970, it was a mere $270, and coming on to 1994 and also 2005, that was exceeded to 20,000. Now it is recorded at 35,000. And please refer to the right-hand side bar graph. So the housing supply rate was 79.5%, and it is now gone up to 96.2% back in 2000, and now it is reaching around 100%. And please look at the right-hand side of the graph first, which tells you about emerging economies, GDP, and also urbanization. So in general, the GDP per capita is around $4,000 to $10,000, and also urbanization rate is around 40 to 50%. And also on your left-hand side, again, it tells you Korea's GDP and also urbanization. So for now, the economic situation in Asian region, we need to compare that with that of Korea. So when we look back in the 1970s until 1990s, we are in the same situation with that of current Asian countries. So I would like to talk to you about the housing market and also housing finance during that time. So I have brought up the economic growth factors to give you backdrop behind economic growth. So Y refers to total output, L refers to labor input, so meaning that working hours and the number of workers. And K refers to capital input. See here, capital refers to the production facility, Z refers to technology. So imagine a factory. In order to reduce production, we have to put lots of labor as well as capital, plus high level of technology would lead to high production. Then when it comes to Korea's economic growth, then what factors were there behind? There were so many research being done to analyze that. On your left-hand side table tells you from 1966 to 1990, on an annual average, Korea has achieved economic growth over 10%, which is quite high. So in achieving that, what factors, while they're in proportion, please look at on the right-hand side the column. So when there is 100 in total, labor input amounts to 42%, capital input amounts to 46%, total factor productivity amounts to 12%. So in the early stage of economic growth, we did not have advanced technology, so we had to rely on labor and also capital input to achieve economic growth. And we came to have 10% of the economic growth per annum. Then let me turn to the OECD during the same time frame. So back then, OECD countries, they were already advanced countries with a matured economy. So on your right-hand side, labor input is really small, and capital input and also technological level were two main factors behind their economic growth. So let me first turn to you about labor. In the 1970s, with the shortage of capital and technology, we only have abundant labor. So Korea fostered light industries. For example, textile, garments, footwear, and apparel. And coming on to the 1970s, the heavy and chemical industry started to develop. So, of course, the Korea developed capital incentive industries, but still, many of the industries still remained as labor-intensive industries. For example, machinery, shipbuilding, electronics industries, all of which have characteristics. For example, we have to import critical components from abroad. Then we have to put a lot of labor to assemble those components, and then we export the final product. So we can automate the manufacturing of the part, but assembling it cannot be automated, meaning that we have to put a lot of labor to assemble the component, so it becomes a labor-intensive industry. So after the 1970s, along with the labor-intensive industry, still have been there along with the capital-intensive industry. So in my opinion, before the Asian financial crisis in 1997, that was a structure that we have kept in. So if that is the case, because of the labor-intensive industrialization, we came to have housing shortages as well as urbanization. Lots of the population from the rural area started to migrate into cities like Seoul, causing shortages in housing. So please look at the bar graph on your left-hand side. It tells you housing supply rate in urban and rural areas. So you can see that housing supply rate is decreasing. Back in the 1960s, the housing supply rate for urban area was 68%, but now it is coming down to 56.6% in the 1980s. So let me think about capital. In order to accumulate capital, we have to make an investment in capital. In the early stage of economic development, we did not have money to make an investment. So in the early stage, we had to borrow money from abroad, or we had to receive grants. So that's how we started to make an investment into capital. Along with the economic growth, we started to generate income, and some of the income was saved. So through the savings, we could get hold of the finances. Then in turn, using that finances, we made an investment, creating a virtuous cycle. So as you can see from your right-hand side, the line graph, that is the savings rate per capita. So in the early stage, the savings rate was only around 5%, but entering into the 1980s, it went up to 40%, and also GDP per capita was $5,000 back in the 1988, and also in the 1994, the savings rate was quite high to 38%. So if that is the case, when we compare the savings rate with that over the other countries, where are we? So in the early stages of the economic rate, the savings rate was quite low, but along with the economic growth, for example, when the GDP per capita is at $10,000, in that situation, we had to compare savings rate of different countries with that of Korea. Please look at the bar graph on your left-hand side, the bar graph. So at the USD 10,000 GDP savings rate in Korea is at 38%, Japan 30%, the rest of the OECD countries, they stand at around 20% in savings rate, meaning that our savings rate is quite high, and we could get hold of the financial resources, and in turn we use that in order to make an investment contributing to economic growth. And one thing I would like to add is the relation between the consumption and also savings rate. So I told you that we could grow our economy based on the high level of savings, but then meaning that there's not much room left for consumption. There's a decrease in consumption, which is not good for the Korean economy, because the consumption is a very important factor for the Korean economy, but savings is a very important factor for the future economy. And as our savings rate was quite high, it has been all along, meaning that consumption has been very weak. So this is a rather negative impact on Korea's economic development. So we pursued consumption abroad. There's endless room for that. For example, export-oriented policies, what we pursued. So on your left-hand side, please look at the red line. So that is the Korea's export volume to income. It has been going down and up, and back in 2013, it reached around 44.3%. Please look at the right-hand side graph. So the export dependency among major countries. So apart from country Germany, Korea's export dependency is quite high. So I have laid out to you about economic growth, and to summarize, in order to achieve economic growth, we have put lots of labor as well as capital to achieve the economic growth rate at around 20%. But as you can see from your left-hand side table, fostering labor-intensive industries also led to urbanization and also a housing shortage. And in other words, by accumulating capital, we could grow our economy. But in order to accumulate capital, we had to expand and increase the savings. When savings are increased, as I mentioned, we had to make an investment into capital, and the industrial financing was what we needed. But that was also used for housing finance as well, in order to address a shortage in housing. So housing finance and also the savings were used to address the housing issues. So now let me turn to the housing finance. As you can see from your left-hand side, in the early stage of economic growth rate, the savings rate was quite low. So as you can see from your right-hand side, we do not have much financial resources to pull the housing finance, meaning the interest rate has to be very high. So in this difficult situation, we started to lay the ground for our systems, which is well elaborated by Professor Nam. So I better just skip through what has already been mentioned by Professor Nam. In the middle, there is a Korea Housing Bank, which was established back in 1969. So in order to supply housing, it contributed to raise the fund. So now let me turn to the housing finance, especially from the Korea Housing Bank, especially financial resources. We had to rely on the household savings, for example, deposits and also housing installment. And for the capital utilization, as you can see from your right-hand side table, we had to rely on the housing loans. especially corporate loans. And from 1988, other than the housing banks, the private banks joined the housing finance alongside the Korea Housing Bank. But as you can see from the bottom, all the housing finance, for example, the financial institutions provided about 40% of the funds needed for housing construction or purchase, meaning that more than 60% of the funds had to come from, for example, 전세 system or pre-sale system. But I will have to leave the 전세 to some other times, but I would like to talk to you about pre-sale system today. So, let me turn to you about the pre-sale system. So buyers pay 20% as a down payment, 60% in interim payment, and also remain 20% upon moving in after the project is completed. So there's always a good and bad about the pre-sale system. So for example, the constructors, they can obtain the construction funds directly from the buyers, meaning that it enables mass housing supply. And also there is a cap on the pre-sale price. So when you use the pre-sale system to own a house, then you could obtain your house at a much lower price. And also, there's a cons, for example, on the side of buyers. The reason is that when the construction company go bankrupt, then the buyers had to bear the risk of a bankruptcy of constructors and also delays and also poor construction quality. So in order to protect the buyers, we had to introduce the guarantee for housing completion back in 1993. So what it is that in case when the constructors cannot carry on the construction, then the organization in charge of guarantee takes the full responsibility. So, for example, Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation, HUF, plays its role as a guarantee organization. These graphs tells you a number of guarantee for housing completion and also guarantee fulfillment. And next, let me turn to you about National Housing and Urban Fund. So I have told you about the housing guarantee system and also the pre-sale system, which targets middle-income families. And this National Housing and Urban Fund, NHUF, is targeting low-income families. And also we are consigned by the Ministry by the Land Infrastructure and Transport. So the HUG is in charge of this fund. So I think this part is already well mentioned by Professor Nam. I would like to talk to you about how to pull funds. So normally, the sources of the NHUF is national housing bonds and also subscription savings. So, for example, those obtaining licenses, permits, or approvals are from the state or government, and also those registering and also apply for the real estate transaction with the state or local government. They have to purchase it, and also subscription savings. It is mandatory for new home buyers. So the characteristics behind these systems is enforcement. So let me just skip through this page there. Moving on. I would like to summarize housing finance. Please look at the table at the bottom. So pre-sale system and also guarantee for housing completion, which are targeting middle-income households. And for pre-sale system, it is like a system outside of formal finance because it directly obtains funds from buyers. It relies on the level of income of families, meaning that the income level also should go up along with the economic growth. When it comes to NHUF, that is a system targeting lower income households, as I mentioned earlier. there's an enforcement factor behind it. In order to settle the housing of the general public, the role of the public sector is very important. Let me turn to you about implications. The first implication is this. In order to achieve seamless housing finance, we have to have a very basic and fundamental policies at the national level. For example, labor-intensive industries, also investment in capital, export-oriented policies. We generated income out of all these policies, and also based on the income, we increase the level of savings rate, and also that laid the foundation for housing finance as well as corporate loans as well. And second implication is that we have to have housing finance policies specific to the national context. And we have a high-rise apartment building, which is a common type of residence, and we could provide the housing at a massive scale compared to the traditional houses that the people before us lived in. There are many strengths to the high-rise residence like apartment buildings. In order to settle the housing of the general public, again, the public role is very important in promoting housing stability for lower-income households. So we should not only rely on the private sector, but the public sector should come in. Lastly, in the early economic development stages, we did not have much financial resources to provide housing finance as well as industry finance. So hope that the example of Korea can become an opportunity for developing countries to learn from. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for that very informative and comprehensive presentation. Next, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Maria Hawk-Smith. She's the Emeritus Director at the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania. And today, her presentation will cover global housing finance, recent trends, challenges to unlock housing finance in emerging market economies, and lessons from Korea. Please welcome her once again with a very big round of applause.
Trying to set my watch. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be invited to speak at this conference organized by HUF and the Ministry. Thank you very much for that. And I have enjoyed being here already very much. So my topic is indeed what lessons can we learn from Korea, from emerging markets. And that's an enormous topic, of course. Emerging markets and developing countries are very heterogeneous. So to apply lessons from Korea is really something that is not so easily done in 20 minutes, but I will give it a try. So I will first talk about the context in emerging markets. How can we summarize what the housing sector, but particularly the housing finance sector, how it has developed in recent years in emerging markets. Then I will be very brief about the Korean situation because we had many fantastic presentations on Korea already. And what surprised me with these discussions is how somber of a tone they were, as if you have enormous problems. And I'm here to say, you are fantastic. And I've been always so impressed with what Korea has achieved. And I would like other countries to learn from Korea. So I'm going to shift the conversation a little, I think. Then I want to focus on the different parts of the developing world. They are very, very different, to show what the specific challenges are in relation to the lessons we can learn from Korea. So that is what I'm setting out to do. So let's first look at the trends in emerging markets. We have had a period until recently, of rather important macroeconomic stability. We had low rates, expansion of commercial banks, non-banks in the sector, and many countries in that period, many emerging markets and developing nations, could see that their mortgage sector could actually grow, which had been very difficult in times of high inflation before. Long-term lending stops completely when you have volatile inflation, not just high, but volatile. And the past decade have been good in that sense. We had new products in many countries develop, not just mortgages, but microloans, tenant purchase loans, many different experiences and experimentation for home improvement loans to purchase of housing. We had a lot of public and subsidy reforms in many countries. We had mortgage laws passed. We had these mortgage laws not just passed, but enforced in many countries. You can have the best mortgage law on your book, but if you don't enforce it, the banking sector will not participate in mortgage lending. But they were enforced in more and more countries. We had consumer protection, reforms of some of the subsidy systems. The subsidy systems are always the crux of where reform has to come in. And we come back to that topic a little bit later on. So many new institutions, risk mitigation. We had particularly popular were liquidity facilities to provide liquidity into the mortgage market so that we could expand the long-term lending of the commercial sector. And they were opened up in many, many countries. And then you had the global digitization, fintech, that were very important in lowering the cost of doing long-term lending. And they have taken off, believe it or not, but a lot in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's very promising. Then we had green standards. The green structure has really taken off in many countries. Not so much in emerging markets and developing countries, but it is getting along. It is really getting to a point that it is very important. So, but we had, over the last couple of years, very tough global situations for long-term lending. Inflation during COVID, took hold, and that kills long-term lending, basically. And it has an enormous impact on the affordability when we talk about housing. We had high sovereign debt, GDP and bond yields getting really very high. A lot of fiscal stress, therefore, to deal with the debt. And countries, therefore, do not have enough of fiscal space. Like what was so impressive in the earlier part of the afternoon was how many fiscal resources Korea put, plus savings, of course, by the population, but a lot of fiscal resources went into the Korea housing finance system and supply side. So that is becoming now very difficult in many emerging markets. We have high indebtedness of the populations, and house prices relative to incomes have increased over the last couple of, actually the last decade, and sometimes longer. Then, if you move to green, that has a cost. If you move to a sustainable, that housing that has to be sustainable and green is more costly than non-green housing. And somehow the population has to be able to pay for that. And then, of course, at the moment, certainly as we speak, enormous geopolitical risk. So the environment from being very positive has changed over the last period. And that will have an impact on the development of mortgage sectors, particularly in emerging markets and developing countries. Mortgage markets grow with GDP, but you have enormous variety within each of these blocks, and mostly there's variety of how mortgage sectors fare in developing nations have to do with sound policy. And that is why I'm so hopeful that lessons from Korea can be shared and learned and used in emerging markets, because good policies make a lot of difference. Institutions cannot be borrowed, but policies can. You need to be careful what you can borrow and what not. So when I then look a little bit at the demographics in emerging markets, the population growth, and this graph says it all, in Africa and Asia, and particularly developing Asia, is enormous, infinite. You have, therefore, a need for housing, and hopefully a demand for housing, which is very different, of course, that is enormous. And when you compare that, for instance, to a continent like Latin America, and of course the developed world, you can see how different that picture is, and where the needs and demand for housing are going to be enormous if we know how to tap that demand. Urbanization is another one. We see that from 2020 to 2050, how many large urban areas and where these urban areas are growing massively. And that is particularly in the developing world, where population growth is also very big. So we have a double whammy. We have both large population increase plus urbanization playing a role in the developing world, particularly in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. So that is the context, good news and more difficult news. But on the whole, pretty good news when we get through this period. When I now look at Korea, and I will be very brief because so many good presentations on Korea have been made, but a bird's eye view quickly is Korea has focused very much on the supply side of the housing market to a very impressive degree. From the 1960s on, to your current program, which stems, I think, from 2022, where you are planning 830,000 new units. The scale of what you have achieved against the odds, because I remember when you had your 1 million houses program and then your 2 million houses program, everyone in the world, and I was part of the housing world at that time, was skeptical. How is Korea going to do this? How are they going to finance this? All by the public sector and by savings from the population? How is this going to happen? No, it was not easy, and many people have alluded to that fact. But you have made enormous strides on the supply side, and I think that is a very important achievement where developing nations and emerging markets can really learn. You cannot solve the housing problem through pushing only on the demand side. So this is the graph, and this has been already mentioned in numerical numbers by other speakers. So an impressive growth, but what you can see is that the private sector has actually played only a major role in the beginning. And I think that relates to what my previous speaker mentioned, that it was that pre-sale system in the early years that made it possible for the private sector to have a ball, basically. If you get all the savings from the people and the risk that the people take is guaranteed by the public sector, this is a wonderful business model. So, but now it is slightly different. The private sector plays a lesser role. On the demand side, you have made enormous strides indeed in the early years by liberalizing your interest rate. Of course, you had the Asian financial crisis that was not totally unrelated, I think, to an overexpansion in the housing sector. But after that, since 2000 roughly, 1997 to the current time, you had a very clear vision, as far as I can look at it from the outside in, that you wanted to separate the government entities and the government finance system from the private sector housing finance system. And that has been a vision that you worked towards for the longer term. And that is what impressed me. You dealt with the pension system and so on and so forth. And you began to access funding from the capital markets through securitization, covered bonds, and so on. You therefore could extend more longer-term fixed-rate loans, which is very beneficial for middle-income populations that you want to reach. So all those changes on the finance side really helped, together with the system on the demand side. And then lastly, what impressed me very much is your increased transparency in your regulatory environment. You're very transparent in sharing what you're doing. Not perfect, but it is an enormous movement that you kept focused on. You collected data on the sector. You have a lot of data that other countries cannot even begin to think about. So your transparency figures for the real estate sector went up rather dramatically. This is really a major improvement. To have scores of 27 out of 90 countries, 15 on the regulatory side. So Korea has invested in data, knowledge. You have policy centers that do research. So I am much more impressed and not so somber about your developments. So, of course, you got caught up in house price escalations that the whole world, got caught up in. A long period of low interest rate, cost of supply made worse by COVID, demographic factors, and so on and so forth. Your central bank interest rate policies sharply focus on keeping the price of housing stable. But the central bank is not doing housing policy. They do only central bank macroeconomic policy. And so they are not in a position alone to do something about increased prices. That is not solely in the hand of the central bank. They have an important role, but not entirely. So we see the policies on the supply side, but the challenges are for segments of the housing market to balance, as a government, the supply with the demand in each segment, not for the entire system, but in each segment. So here I have a few slides with numbers, and I have to watch out. But Korea is not doing very bad in house price increases. They have gone up on this side, on the left-hand side, but nothing dramatic really compared to other countries. Also, the house price relative to incomes are modest compared to other OECD countries. So look at my arrows where Korea is. It's not terrible. As I said, the earlier presentations on Korea made it sound as if really the sky was beginning to fall in. It isn't. You know, the affordability concerns, even those are in line. They're not excessive. So the housing and utilities share of expenditure, reasonable, the overburdened rate of population that pay more than 40%, reasonable, as long as these figures are correct. There is not a big drama. Now, when I distill from that long-term development of the Korean housing system and housing finance system, I take 5 lessons. I can do many more, but I take 5 that I have found particularly important. And that is your separation of market-based finance from the subsidized system. So in the 2000s, you separated the two systems out. You have your fund, you have the private sector. Of course, they benefit from government guarantees. It's still totally private sector driven. The cash flows are accessible to capital markets, and Korea can therefore access capital markets, which you cannot do with a subsidized system. And if you mix these systems up, you cannot go to the capital markets to bring the housing mortgage system to scale. So that is one lesson that I took, and that is very important for the countries I only work in, emerging markets. You have done a fantastic job, I think, in complementary policies to stimulate supply, and not only on the demand side, because that can be very dangerous. If you only stimulate demand, but you don't really get a handle on the supply, your prices will go up. So the reason that you have this development is that you have worked very hard on the supply side as well. You have a very supportive role of the central bank, and the central bank, like in many Central Asian countries actually, have picked up a lot of knowledge about the housing sector. But that is not the case in many emerging markets, and we come and talk about that. So you have investment data, regulatory data. Don't even need it, but and then what impresses me also very much is you have a long-term commitment to housing and housing finance system change. And you know where you want to go as a country. So when I now look at the challenges and opportunities to apply these lessons to the larger emerging market and developing countries, I split it up because that world is too diverse. I cannot talk about Latin America in the same way as Sub-Saharan Africa, I know, very quickly. So the scale of mortgage markets is very small in Sub-Saharan Africa. When you compare it to Europe and East Asia, look at a not-so-poor continent like Latin America, very small as a percentage of GDP. So what is the problem in Latin America? Latin America, during inflation times, set up these systems we call them provident funds. You pay into a system as part of your pension, and then you have the right to get access to a subsidized loan. But that whole system in most Latin American countries is therefore a subsidized system. You cannot easily go to the capital markets with a cash flow of 6% when the market rate is 15. So these systems that are dominated by provident funds have no way to actually grow, even if you reform these pension funds, and as many countries have done. So Latin America is very much hampered by these, what I call legacy systems, that they have not transformed. Only a few countries have done so, Chile being the most important one. When you look at the data for Latin America, you can see what I mean. Chile is fairly well developed, 30%. The mortgage sector is 30% of GDP, but all the other countries are fairly small. Panama and Chile are the exception. And that is difficult to grow your housing sector without enormous burden on the government, actually. When I then look at Central and South Asia, as I say, this is from a high-level perspective, there are not so many of these legacy systems that are structural problems in expansion of your mortgage sector. It is more in Asia the type of subsidy programs. It is at the level of programs rather than the structure of the system that we see we have problems in many countries. So I will not go in detail because I'm out of time on the supply side and so on. But the role of central banks can even be very supportive. India is a very good case in point. And data collection is still, and regulation, not in good shape in most countries. But the lessons for Korea are very valuable for these countries because there are no structural issues, basically. So they can learn from what Korea has done. And I think from Central Asia to South Asia, countries could really benefit from all these lessons that I have identified. I will go. You have the slides, so you can look at the details yourself. Lastly, I want to deal with Sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. Rapid urbanization, mostly very low income, nearly impossible to develop a large-scale mortgage sector under those conditions. So the problems in Sub-Saharan and North Africa are of a different nature. It's mostly an income problem. They don't have legacy systems, but they cannot move because the affordability is very limited. The affordability is not only there for the, sorry, this last slide. My affordability problem is not just for the households, but it also is an enormous affordability by the government. The fiscal situation and over-indebtedness in Sub-Saharan Africa, you can see it here, is enormous. So that limits what they can do. Totally different types of problems in these three continents. So the way forward, a confluence of shocks make the situation now in the 2020s a little bit problematic for everyone. But Korea has a powerful example of early transformation of the housing finance system and a long-term vision where they want to go And there are 4 very valuable lessons for emerging markets. So I will stop here. Sorry about being a bit over time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hawksmith. Thank you for that engaging and insightful presentation. I'm sure that our Korean participants in particular found much inspiration from your presentation. So, as our presenter mentioned, Korea holds many relevant lessons for transition economies in Central Asia. And so we're now going to move to Central Asia. And from Kazakhstan, it is my pleasure to invite Chairman of the Kazakhstan Housing Company, Mr. Altai Kuzdivayev, for his presentation. The title of his presentation today is Kazakhstan Housing Company Advancing Affordable Housing Through Innovation and Collaboration. So please welcome Mr. Kuzdivayev with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear partners. It's both an honor and privilege to stand here before you today, representing the Kazakhstan Housing Company at this distinguished forum hosted by Korean Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation. We gather here not just as representatives of organizations, but as visionaries united by a shared mission to transform housing and urban landscapes into vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable spaces where communities thrive. Today, let's go beyond exchanging insights. Let us dare to reimagine the future of housing and cooperation together. Allow me to share the pivotal chapter in Kazakhstan's journey toward housing transformation. In 2020, 3 significant entities, Kazakhstan Mortgage Company, Bayterek Development, and the Housing Construction Guarantee Fund, joined forces to create the Kazakhstan Housing Company, a single operator under the Bayterek holding umbrella. This bold consolidation was driven by purpose to address housing challenges on both supply and demand side fronts. On the supply side, we empower developers with construction financing, municipal bonds purchases, and project guarantees. On the demand side, we enable our citizens with mortgage subsidies, rental housing options, and affordable loan programs. Through this integrated approach, we have improved the housing conditions of more than 1 million citizens, a figure that speaks not just to the number, but to lives touched and futures brightened. Fast forward to today, Kazakhstan Housing Company is a cornerstone of our nation's housing landscape. 222,000 housing units spanning 16.5 million square meters have been commissioned. Over 1 million citizens now live in better homes thanks to our initiatives. Remarkably, KHC contributes more than 22% of affordable housing construction in Kazakhstan. Financially, our support for projects total staggering $6.4 billion on the supply side and $1.3 billion on the demand side. Behind these numbers lies relentless pursuit of one dream, making high-quality, affordable housing a reality for every family in Kazakhstan. Our roadmap at KHC is crystal clear, anchored by 2 pillars of transformation: boosting housing supply. From financing developers to providing guarantees, we fuel private sector growth and drive the construction of affordable homes. We also embrace master development standards to align with global best practices. The second direction is increasing housing demand by subsidizing mortgages, enabling rental housing programs, and innovating through mortgage-backed securities. We bring housing within reach of more citizens. Our vision is simple yet ambitious: empower the private sector while ensuring housing remains affordable. Behind our efforts is a robust financial foundation: $3.2 billion in total assets, projected 2024 revenue of $400 million and net income of $85 million. International credit ratings from Fitch and Moody's affirm our stability. More than 16% in return on equity signals strong shareholder value, while our debt-to-equity ratio reflects a dynamic yet carefully managed investment strategy. Our financial stewardship is about more than numbers. It's about building trust and ensuring sustainable growth for all stakeholders. Lower on-equity participation in housing constructions is one of the cornerstones of Kazakhstan's housing sector. Established in 2016, this law introduced regulations to protect the rights and interests of all stakeholders, home buyers, developers, and financial institutions. Under this framework, there are only 3 legal ways to conduct equity participation in housing construction. The first is commercial bank involvement. Commercial bank ensures financing of construction projects. Single operator guarantee is the second way that provides security to equity participants by providing guarantee for project completion in case of construction delays, developer bankruptcy, or misappropriation of funds. The third one is frame completion requirement, permission from local executive bodies or city governments to attract financing from home buyers only after the building structural frame is complete. KHC holds market share of 27% in legal ways to conduct equity participation in housing construction, reflecting our role as a trusted partner of citizens' investments and the driver of responsible housing development. KHC's guarantee mechanism has become one of the most impactful tools. Our guarantees safeguard equities participants' investments. We protect equity participants from unforeseen risks, ensuring transparency and peace of mind. Developers benefit from affordable financing secured by KHC guarantees, fostering a win-win ecosystem. To date, 244 projects valued at $540 million are safeguarded under our guarantee system. Innovation drives our operations at KHC. Our digital systems include Home Portal, a platform enabling citizens to access housing programs and services online through personal accounts for home buyers and developers. Our clients are able to check legal shared construction projects. A unified system for all shared construction projects revolutionizes the shared construction process. We call them Kazriyester, reducing the registration times from days to mere hours and eliminate risks such as illegal sales. Moreover, its online peer-to-peer shared equity participants agreement signing. The next information system is Material KZ, our business-to-business platform and marketplace that bridges construction companies and suppliers of construction materials for greater efficiency. And KHC Data Warehouse is cornerstone of our digital ecosystem, which collects all data from KHC digital systems. Therefore, it enables us to make a decision based on the data-driven approach using tools such as multidimensional analysis, automated reports, dashboards and business intelligence systems, KPI monitoring and predictive analysis. These digital tools are shaping the future of housing management, making it smarter, faster, and more transparent. Sorry for that. Today's forum is a golden opportunity to collaborate with HUFs and adopt your expertise. Key areas include integrating HUF's products lines into Kazakhstan's market, gaining insights into urban renovation projects and risk management frameworks, strengthening our underwriting process and KYC standards. Together, we can redefine housing system, not just our nations, but as a global benchmark. We are delighted to cooperate with Korean colleagues from HUF. It's important to emphasize that warmest and closest friendship between our nations and governments. We do believe that our fruitful cooperation is built on two pillars: mutual respect and professionalism. So, ladies and gentlemen, housing is more than a brick and mortar. It's the foundation of communities, the cradle of dreams, and the anchor of well-being. This forum is not just a meeting of minds, it's a declaration that together we can achieve more. As Korean proverb wisely says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let us go far together, building a new future where housing is not privilege, but a right for every citizen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kustiaev, for your presentation, for introducing us to the Kazakhstan Housing Company, and we look forward to more cooperation between Kazakhstan and Korea. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have a panel discussion. I would like to invite our three speakers to the stage. Our panelists, Dow Harrison, Senior Housing Specialist at World Bank, and also Dow Tinu, Specialist from the Ministry of Construction of Vietnam, and Professor No Seung-han from Myongji University Graduate School of Real Estate, and of course our moderator, Dr. Kim Kyung-hwan, President of Korea Housing Finance Corporation, to the stage. So please come up to the stage and take your seats. So while they're coming up to the stage, if you could give them a big round of applause, I'm sure we can look forward to another. So since everyone is seated and I think ready to go, Dr. Kim, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd first like to congratulate HUG and MOLIT and all the organizers on their successful organizing of this International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance in its 10th edition. I think it's a truly important and remarkable milestone. And therefore, I'm very delighted to moderate the second session, which is about sharing Korea's experience in housing and urban finance. We had two 20-minute presentations and one shorter presentation. I'm sure you all agree that they're all very informative and insightful. Dr. Kim provided an overview of economic growth and the development of housing finance system in Korea, focusing on the financing of the provision of apartments in large numbers, which are provided on pre-sale. And he also discussed the role of the National Housing and Urban Fund in promoting housing affordability in Korea. Then Professor Hochschmidt discussed recent trends and challenges to unlock housing finance in emerging market economies and drew lessons from Korean experience, which she had a lot to compliment. Appreciate that. And then finally, Chairman Kustiaev, I'm sorry, I hope I got it right, shared the Kazakhstan experience in developing housing finance and also collaborating with the HUG. So we have about 50 minutes left for discussion. And again, the most important job of a moderator is to keep the time and keep the flow of discussion going smoothly. So let me tell you the ground rules. In the first round, I want every discussant to speak for 5 minutes. And then once we are done with the first round, we'll see, depending on how much time left, we'll give you another round or take questions from the floor. And then I'll let Dr. Kim and Hochschmidt respond briefly, and then I close with wrap-up comments. Okay, so let's go first with Dow Harrison. Thank you.
안녕하세요. Good afternoon. It is certainly a great pleasure for me to be here today, and thank you very much for the invitation. As a senior housing specialist, this is almost like candy for me. In other words, the type of topics is what I work with on a daily basis. So I wanted to basically share with you what my takeaway from today's discussions. And remember, as a World Bank, we work with governments. So taking what I learned from our two speakers today, Korea and Kazakhstan, I would say that these are the key things that I would share with our clients. And many of these things actually is a repeat of what Maria Hochschmidt already said, but nonetheless, it's worth thinking through. Housing, unfortunately, when we work with governments, because of the short tenure of the administration, sometimes housing policy becomes very short and very political. But in order for Korea to succeed the way it has, certainly that long-term vision, commitment, and funding really is quite critical. Some countries, when we work with government sometimes work on one and not the other. But as you can see from Korea example, be able to really see the market as a totality, both supply and demand side, is critical to develop a functioning or supporting a functional market. The third one is something quite unique about Korea, and I don't think anybody talked about the role of Korea Land and Housing. Why is that the government or Korea is able to produce 400,000 units annually over the last 40 years? That's a huge number. It's because the way that I believe Korea has done has been building a lot of new cities, new neighborhoods. And this integrated approach in thinking about planning in terms of transport, thinking about the entirety of a community, of a city, is really quite critical. When we think about affordable housing, many governments would think about only affordable housing building. And when you do that, sometimes because of the cost of infrastructure services, location of land, that makes affordable housing not so affordable. So that integrated planning approach, which Korea has brought together, is a very important lesson. The fourth one, I think we heard it all today, different types of product that really serve different diverse needs. Here we're talking about different income segmentation, but the type of product that really is then meeting the needs. Ownership, rental, we don't talk a lot about retrofits of existing stock. I would like to talk about that later on. Next one is targeting. One of the things I would say with the governments that I work with, targeting is one of the hardest things, because it is something that governments don't do very well without data. So this is the learning from Korea, but countries that government don't have capacity to assess income, I would recommend governments to give it to the private sector. Banks have a very good ability to do that, and working through financial intermediaries really help government making sure that subsidy incentive are not leaked. So that's smart targeting in terms of which segment it is, how much incentive, and when they should stop incentivizing. That is equally as important than providing subsidy. Last one, I think Maria discussed. This is truly remarkable. I would say across all governments I work with, the last piece in terms of understanding the housing real estate sector, I call it business intelligence, is severely lacking. So one of the things that we work very hard at the World Bank is really helping the government build a housing real estate information system, gather all this information, understand the gap that enable the government to really move forward. Let me go on to say that these are areas where I would see that there are similarities and where governments, other governments I work with, are able to learn from. But there's divergence, and I'm going to start talking about divergence that really cause us to think about affordable housing a little bit differently. I'm going to skip through the urbanization rate and all this because Maria has really done a very good job. By the way, I work in the East Asia Pacific region, and these data actually support what Maria said. You look at the EAP urbanization growth rate at the very top. One thing I want to say that diverge from, I would say, countries where I work in East Asia Pacific and Korea. Starting point is land. Land, access to land is the most challenging because in the city centers and the peri-urban center, even, land are not available. So that starting point is where large-scale development is not possible. That forces many governments with the different type of subsidy programs to build programs far away from the city center, causing urban sprawl and causing more problems than not, right? So I think that also is really quite an important one. The second one, very important, planning. My colleague here, I'm sure you is going to talk about planning quite a bit. But what we see is starting where should housing investment be, and aligning with that is that what we see very often is that inadequate infrastructure investment capacity and timely of this investment has caused many of these affordable housing projects really quite challenging. Large-scale slums and informal settlements, all the data are there. You can see, we talked earlier about polarization. I call it spatial inequality, right? I just finished a study in Mongolia, and I feel like there are colleagues from Mongolia here today. Issues in terms of urban poor facing, it's not only just housing, lack of access to basic infrastructure, easy access to school, markets, all the basic. In Mongolia, unfortunately, because of the cold weather, in the wintertime, the coal burning or for heating cause health issues, and it cause a lot of air pollution. So these are what we call spatial inequality that the poor face. In addition to that, issues relating to climate change, disaster risk, are much higher risk for the urban poor. I wanted to point out, many of you who travel to less developed countries, you would have seen these corrugated steel roof. Given the urban heat, I was just in Siem Reap yesterday, 36 degrees. And some of the homes are just like that. Imagine the challenge in terms of livable conditions. So given all of these issues, the way that we approach at the World Bank is a slight bit different than Korea. We're looking at how do we not only build formal settlement that Korea is very good at doing, but really is moving those slums or low substandard housing into what we call missing middle that we are seeing in this market, right? So in retrofitting, putting really different type of housing topologies in these settlements that are informal, and also making sure that there's access to basic services. Last but not least is densification. There are slums, there are homes that we have seen where there's still land in the back, so there are opportunities for both horizontal and vertical densification. So these are areas where we work with households. Housing finance is not only about mortgages. I will wrap
Could you
this
wrap
up.
up?
Yep, I will wrap this up. So I think the micro mortgage, housing microfinance, is a product that is really quite critical for, I would say, developing markets. I have 3 other slides, which I would be happy to share. I would say very quickly from the World Bank, I'm sharing 3 different lending programs where we support government, making sure that subsidies are well targeted, subsidies do not crowd out private sector, and subsidies that actually address informal workers, because that also is a large population. We work in India, for instance, on a lending program that actually really starting to address the informal workers. I'm going to skip through very quickly. Slum upgrading is generally the beginning, the starting point of many of our programs. But I'm going to share one more in India where we're actually setting up a private equity fund called Tamil Nadu Shelter Fund that really support private developers to address certain areas that are missing. This one is rental for workers. I think that is it, and I know I went over for a few minutes. Thank you so very much for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. I might need to make adjustment to your second round comments, but we'll see how it goes. All right, can I now invite Ms. New to make comments? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer to let me a chance to be here to listen your presentation, your experience, and also discuss about the housing. Let me introduce myself. I'm from the Vietnam's Urban Development Agency, Ministries of Construction. So let me have a viewpoint from the urban planner. When we're talking about housing, I think it's not only talking about the living shelter for citizens, but it is essential ideas for urban spatial organization. For example, we need to ensure the housing qualities and the connections between the urban functions. And also housing will help to contribute our economics. For example, in Vietnam, housings and urban areas contribute up to 70% for the GDP. And when we're talking about the housing funding, I think we do not talk about the funding for only single buildings, but more than that, that is living qualities. It means that we ensure the accessibility to public utilities and connect the synchronized infrastructures so it can support our social and economic life. And in the points of Vietnam's Urban Development Agency, housing funding also including urban development funding. The highest level policy in Vietnam to 2030 and Vision 2050, we shape that in the next futures, Vietnam urbanization rate will be very strong and up to 50% compared to now, so 43% with 900 cities. And we will focus on urban qualities. It means that we focus on new urban development at the same time with the renovation projects. And our concern is that when I come here, is that how to find the urban funding to boost strong and qualified urbanization. For the under the Vietnamese experience, we find that the most difficult is finding funding resource for renovation projects. Because when we're talking about the new urban projects, it's a very easy. Not much easy, but it's much more easy because you can gain the money projects, investor project can get the money from that. But when we're talking about upgrading and renovations, urban projects, it is really hard, especially in Vietnam when we the state budget is very tiny. For example, when we're talking about the Hanoi Master Plan, and in order to carry out all the infrastructures for Hanoi Master Plan, government state only contributes around 3% budget. It's very low. So I think that is the first reason why I say that is a very difficult for funding for renovation projects. And the second is that renovation projects objectives normally for public, for people. And for example, we upgrade infrastructure, we broaden the road, we take care about the drainage, water treatment, underground electric line, something like that. And it requires, it only depends on state budgets, okay? And the second is that renovation projects only happened in existing area and in the core areas, which the land price is very high, and it can make the longer the times of the projects, and also it restricts the urban plan criteria. We cannot use very high to get the benefits. So it's really quite difficult. So in this conference, I also want to share our concerns about how to find the funding for urban renovation projects. Urban renovation projects not only for upgrading, but also redevelopment projects. We learn a lot from Korea and other countries. For example, we use land readjustment, land poolings, land value captures, but in the Vietnam policy, it's difficult to apply that. And if you can give me some idea. So how can we encourage the private sectors and community participation for that, because the state budgets are very small. Yeah, thank you.
All right. And Professor Oh.
네, 감사합니다. 그러면 노수관 교수님.
Hello, I'm Seung-Han Roh from Gyeongguk University. It is my great honor to attend as a discussion for this great international forum in terms of the housing and urban finance. So I think it was a really good presentation and good topic, but I would like to discuss more about the subject of this second session, the sharing Korea's experience in housing and urban finance. If I try to make a summary of the, some previous presentation in terms of Korea's experience in housing and urban finance, I'd like to suggest the three. The first one, the Korea's housing supply has significantly expanded. And second, the Korea housing this supply expansion results from the system of the housing finance. Especially, we developed pre-sale system for mass housing supply, and then we developed the housing guarantee for housing completion for pre-sale system, and we also have the National Housing and Urban Fund for housing finance support. So overall, Korea has developed its own system and finance for the housing supply. So actually, when Korean researcher in housing part is when we talk about our system and our finance, we always focus on the negative side and problem of our system. But I think today's presentation and some discussion talk about the positive side and bright side of the system is a very grateful thing. So I searched and collected some cases of the sharing Koreans' experience in housing and the urban finance with some other country. And then I'd like to suggest is the next stage. What can we share in housing and urban finance? So Korea government has several programs to share Korea's experience in housing and urban financing with some country. I think I brought the two representatives of them. It's the Knowledge Sharing Program, KSP. It focuses on the sharing South Korea's successful economic development experience. The second one is the Korea Overseas Infrastructure and Urban Development Corporation, the KIND, K-I-N-D. It much more focus on the infrastructure and urban development project, the leveraging Korean expertise in smart city design and construction. So there are several examples. Let me a little bit introduce them. The first one is the rental housing development in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. So back in 2018, so during Mongolian Prime Minister visit to South Korea, so they requested some kind of a consultation request, which was to make a public rental housing construction project. So we already completed these consultations. The result of the consultation, we suggest to create a housing-specific fund through the housing contract saving and national housing bond, and utilize it as a financial source to support the supply of a public rental housing, which is the Korea experience. And Korea also shared some housing development experience some country, and Hanoi, Vietnam. Actually, the participant of this project is the public side and the private side, the construction and bank as well. And then we also have the sharing experience with some the residential development, the Cebu in Philippines. We also public side and private side attended. And as already presented, the Kazakhstan, so we share the experience of housing warranty program. It is very well settled down in Kazakhstan, we believe. And last one, I think for Cambodia, so we introduced the real estate market risk monitoring system. Actually, so as you know, some real estate market always have a steep increase and steep decrease, very unstable. So that's why we have the market risk monitoring system, and we share this experience with Cambodia. Okay, I just talk about the past case and example to share Korea's experience. But I think there's think about we need to think about the next stage. So here is the question: what experience in housing and urban finance can Korea share more in the next stage? My suggestion is the housing policy reach. Actually, so that is already presented by Professor Nam Young-woo already, but I would like to give more detailed information about that. Actually, South Korea has developed two tracks of REIT. The first track of REIT in South Korea is the listed real estate investment company, which is same as the global standard, the listed REIT. So we have around 24 listed REIT. But the second track of REIT in South Korea is a REIT for housing development and operation, and we call it housing policy REIT, and it is unlisted private REIT. So using this track of REIT, Korea supplies significant number of rental housing. According to the statistics, as you can see this table, so we have more than 180,000 number of household supply. As the first quarter of 2024, 184 housing REITs are being operated and exceeding 47% of total REIT asset in South Korea. And public REIT housing REITs supply more than 55% of the total rental housing supply. So it is a very useful, we believe it is a very useful tool to supply the rental housing. Actually, so many people may have a question because it's most of the country regard REIT as a listed real estate investment company, but we focus on unlisted and private company to supply the residential property. Because of limited government resource, Korea needs to secure public and private joint funding. So in South Korea, REIT was an answer because REIT has two functions. First one is the investment vehicle, and second one is the operator. The investment vehicle, so same as the global standard, it is a tool that connects investors with investment asset. But we more focus on the second part. It is the operator. As an operator, REITs can develop the property, especially housing, and REITs can operate after completion of the construction. REITs operate the property. So this is how we work in South Korea. Okay, this is the structure of Korea housing public REIT. Actually, the left side, the investor side. So two types of investors, left side investor and equity side investors. As you can see, there is a private loan and fund loan. In equity part, there is also fund and private. The fund means the National Housing and Urban Fund. So as you know, it's pretty much public side money, but we also mix with the private side loan and the equity. That is the investor. And then, as I said, REITs can be as the institution to hire the construction company to develop the property and construct the property. And after the completion, the REITs hire the asset management company, AMC, to operate this rental housing. So it is the but as you can see, this structure, there are a lot of participants. So here is the rows of participants in Korea Housing REIT, and participants can be REIT, project proposer, National Housing and Urban Fund, and asset management company, construction company, and private side sector, and financial investor. And then somebody may have questions. So why these kind of participants utilize this REIT? Because we can answer. So REIT provides a lot of advantage for each participant. The whole business aspect and National Housing and Urban Fund and project proposal, asset management company, construction, tenant, and government. For example, for government, they want to make it easier to secure additional public-private joint funding in addition to limited government resource. So that's why they utilize it, and revitalization of rental housing supply through stable housing provision. So I think that's next to the sharing Korea's experience in housing and urban finance is this housing, the rent public REIT is very useful, and then I think that it is a good resource for the other country as well. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Okay. So we have completed the first round of discussion, and I think it's really interesting because Professor Roh focused on the sharing part, and Dao sort of tried to summarize the lessons from Korean experience, and then Ms. New actually posited a question of how to finance redevelopment or renovation under tight budget constraint. So, I mean, these are all complementary. Let me ask a question to Maria or whoever wants to answer, which was raised by Ms. New. Now, we all know that in any given year, the new construction of housing units represents perhaps 1% to 2% at a maximum of the existing stock, which means it's really important to manage and upgrade the existing stock. But then it's much more difficult to coordinate the owners and raise funds to finance the development, redevelopment projects. Right? So, Maria, would you share your insight about how to finance redevelopment and retrofitting? Yep.
In my face. Okay. Redevelopment is one of the hardest components of the housing puzzle, I would say, together with rental. So what all of the speakers brought up are precisely the most difficult components, and we didn't spend a lot of time on them. So redevelopment, it depends where. If you are doing redevelopment in smaller towns, you can, with microloans or small construction loans, they can even be micro mortgages if the titles are available. You can do a lot. It is in the big cities where land values are very high that redevelopment is much more difficult. And redevelopment on high-value land often doesn't work out because ultimately people will, you redevelop, but ultimately because of the value of the land, they will be replaced. Gentrification takes over. And so it is a difficult issue in emerging markets, particularly where land values are very high, where government budgets are very, very small and tight. So there is not one easy solution that I can point to. In India now, they're doing large scale, and they try to do that in sub-Saharan Africa as well, large scale replacement of slums. They are real slums, the tin roofed houses and so on, and put people into high-rise buildings on the side. So it is redevelopment. It has not worked in any country that I have worked in. And I've worked in slum upgrading absolute 20 years of my long career, which is now 50 years. So it is a problem that doesn't have an easy solution. So the best way out of that is really construct affordable housing at scale, so that people and have income growth, so that people can afford subsidized rental housing. So it ties in with rental, I think.
Thank you, Maria, for sharing your view. We all know it's important, but difficult, right? Dao, do you have anything to say about this?
I do agree that it is difficult. I think if I were you, I would look at and prioritize locations. There are areas that are quite unique, right? I can think about culture heritage areas, right? That you actually, and I have seen a lot of neighborhoods where there's beautiful culture heritage homes, businesses are run down. That actually provide you with a different type of source of income, right? So the whole communities really come together and work on that. Just that as an example. So think about it as an area. Think about it from a business perspective in terms of returns for the communities, because bottom line is that you got to make sure that there is a return for your investment for the people in the long run, because you want them to basically pay back. There may be an investor coming in, but I think that these are the dynamic. There's also a possibility, even though you cannot go up to whatever really high number of stories, but there's still opportunity for, I would say, extension and densification. So you basically need to look at multiple solutions within an area. And then you do need to do a feasibility study to see how that would work. Right? Yeah.
Ms. Liu, you want to respond to any of these? Okay. I thought, is land tenure an issue? I mean, in the slum area, is the land ownership clearly defined? Or
tenure is always it's generally an issue, right? Even formal settlements that people live there, substandard housing, really trying to upgrade that. Bottom line is the land tenure is an issue.
Sure.
Yesterday I was actually in Siem Reap in Cambodia, and we were with Habitat for Humanity, and they show us some really informal settlement inside the city. Then they show us a new settlement that they helped build 75 homes. All of a sudden, the people that were in the slums, in the informal settlements, when they are actually providing some proper homes with tenure, I don't know how that happened, but you can see their willingness to invest and putting the incremental expansion for their own homes. So homes that Habitat builds, what we call core housing, extremely basic.
Okay.
But it's almost like with that security of tenure, the money come out somewhere in the pocket somewhere, right? You can see people willing to self-invest. So the land tenure is really is a good starting point.
Let me ask Altai about your experience of collaborating with HUG. I'm sure you have a lot of good things to say, but were there any difficulties or hurdles in accommodating the HUG's experience and making it work in Kazakhstan?
Yes, thank you. First of all, the HUG's experience helped us to resolve the problem of lack of transparency on the construction market. We have a lot of stories of bankruptcies on the construction market. Private developers, they run bankrupt and made a lot of problems for the government. Is the first point. The second point, now we are trying to develop new products for private developers, both for private developers and home buyers. Now we're preparing a new product, guarantees for the renovation and redevelopment. We also faced that problem in the largest cities because we have an old housing stock and we need to redevelop the territories inside of large cities. And so we have the same problem with accessibility of energy and utility infrastructure in the cities. By the end of this year, we're planning to launch a new national project, modernization of energy and public utility infrastructure. So Kazakhstan Housing Company will be the major financial operator of that program. So today I would like to say many thanks to all the distinguished speakers. All the presentations was very interesting and exciting, and there are a lot of takeaways for Kazakhstan Housing Company. Thank you.
Thank you for the positive. At this point, let me open the floor. Open. Any questions from the floor? Any comments? Yeah. No, you can't shout.
Thank you all for insightful sharings. My question is on public-private partnership. So, from the first and second sessions, we all talked about PPP. As our colleague from the Vietnam mentioned, developing countries face numerous financial challenges, and in this context, PPP sounds like a panacea. Including myself, a lot of people always, have a recommendation with PPP. However, PPP itself also creates the risks, whether it is gentrification, speculation, or even polarization, geographically or income or wealth. So maybe Maria or Dao, do you have any suggestions on how to minimize such a risk? Or, can international organizations like the World Bank or ADB play any role here?
So, this is something that we have been working on quite a bit. We also have IFC, and I would say that there have been maybe 50 PPP affordable housing study that we as a World Bank group have done. I know of dozens, right? And if I can think about one that has been built, I would say that has been very few that has been built. And it is a really challenge, and I don't want to burst people's bubbles on this, right? And I think the reason why Japan, Korea have done such a good job with PPP because they have a machine that understands how to build, what part that government should do, what part private sector can do. When we start thinking about PPP with the developing markets where we work, generally we ask local government, give us a public land, that's your contribution. Generally public land are not well located, and they're not a lot, right? So it's really hard to scale. To thinking about PPP, we did three, I myself did 3 PP study for Indonesia, for instance. They're all different location, different needs, so to think about PPP for infrastructure, you have one off-taker. But when you're thinking about housing, you have multiple income segmentation. You want to do ownership sum, you want to do rental sum, and generally it's low income. So trying to blend all that in has been very challenging. Again, my apologies not to burst people's bubbles, but we have done so many studies. I'm glad you are saying yes, 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 because that's a reality, right? And we're all here to learn from each other. And from my own perspective, you really want to do PPP, and I've seen what we call land swapping and negotiation between local government and developers. I give you land, you build, I take some stocks for affordable housing. That works a lot better than doing an SPV and trying to go through all that process. Right. My humble opinion, I apologize. I hope I will continue to be invited. Thank you.
Maria, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, unfortunately, I would agree with Dow. PPPs for affordable housing are really never working. And I'm interested in the Korean example because when I looked at your data, what I saw in the graph is that private sector participation was actually getting down, and that what you call PPPs was mostly with government enterprises, state-owned enterprises, rather than actual private sector, private sector. So that's different. So how successful has Korea been with PPPs? But in my opinion, for affordable housing, it's very, very difficult. Very difficult for rental. The REIT structure, I think, is a more promising way to go with central management. But PPPs, and it depends on how you define it, full PPPs with the private sector really being the developer are hard. the ones that I call soft PPPs are much more promising, and that is why I raised the issue of Korea's SOE focus, is when the private sector, when the government contracts out to the private sector the construction of affordable housing. That's not a full PPP because the contractors do not take market risk. So it is not a full PPP, but it is a soft PPP in the sense that if you use for those schemes funds through the mortgage system, the private mortgage system, and you use contractors, private sector contractors for the construction, it is much more workable. And that works, for instance, the World Bank actually, but I was the chief consultant on the scheme, in Egypt. That scheme built 750,000 units over the last, 7 years, in that manner. And of course, the World Bank doesn't like it because it's not a full PPP. And I go like, we use only private sector people, private sector entities. What is not to like? So it is often the institutions like the World Bank that frown upon these arrangements, but they are actually for affordable housing a lot more doable. Yeah.
At a minimum, there should be a legal framework for public-private partnership, right? And capable developers and financiers. Right. Okay, Professor Rowe, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, actually, so the REACH system that I introduced is the kind of a PPT because it secures the private and public side is the joint funding. But however, so actually, it is I think that you regard this the REACH operator. I think as the kind of public is leading this project and leading the operation, and then the private side and the joint end is actually operated. So without the national, the housing and the urban funds, and actually so it is not going to be possible, I think. So that's why it is another version of the national housing fund work to improve the housing supply, but without this fund, it is very difficult to operate it. So that's my idea. Yeah. So I pretty much agree. PPP was joint between the public and private. It's very difficult to make it. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Just one more question. Yeah. Please.
If I may just add to the discussion on PPPs, perhaps there are three fundamental reasons why it is. PPPs themselves are extremely complex, and housing makes it even more challenging. One is access to land, as Dow was saying. The second is trying to really find the right mix of policy incentive, but also the risk that we're looking at. So if we are really looking at affordable housing, particularly at the bottom of pyramid, what has worked to some extent, and picking on what Maria was also saying, is that public sector financing, whether it's MDB-led or otherwise, if they focus on delivering these housing, one of the challenges we have faced and right across many countries is that once the units are developed, they get into disrepute very, very quickly because the public sector agencies do not have the capacity to manage that. Where we have been successful is to find long-term contractors who come and manage these assets. And once the people who live in these flats and units, most of them are rental, at least in the beginning, see a value, they start to actually contribute to that. And what we've also found is if you are able to use some mixed-use development with that, pretty much like the Korean model that we've seen, it also helps us to defray some of the O&M costs. So it's a progressive transformation that we have seen that works in PPP. The second important element is that often government agencies have a view that they want to just give a land and expect the private sector to take the entire demand risk for it. Even if they do take, two things happen. One is the sunk infrastructure of getting all the network, water supply, sanitation, electricity, transport link is humongously expensive, and that gets added to the housing cost, which basically means that it is nowhere near affordable. You're talking about $800 million worth of investment that goes in every house, where again, the likes of MDBs, the World Bank and ADBs and others can come in, is that if we can provide serviceable land at locations and guide transport infrastructure in such a way that these lead to economic activities, that people are not completely displaced from the economic activities, helps to then deliver affordable housing solutions. So I think there are a number of building blocks that needs to be put in place, and that is perhaps one of the reasons why it's been humongously challenging to get to. But there's also a fantastic example from Orissa. We have the special principal secretary here, where they've done PPPs in housing as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. We have about 7 minutes left, so let me ask Dr. Kim if you have any final thoughts.
Thank you very much for great comments. Well, Vietnam, about the infrastructure, how to finance, I'd like to comment on the before Korea, in the stage of growing the economy, we call it like the social overhead infrastructure. We didn't have enough budget. But to grow the economy, we need to have the roads, ports, railroads, and we need to build the infrastructure to grow the economy. But at the time, infrastructure, as you know, it requires a lot of massive investment, and we could not afford that with limited budget of the government. And after the Asian financial crisis, we enacted the Private Investment Act so that the private sector can come and join. So first they look into the financial feasibility, and for some profitable projects, they can join. For example, for a road, we estimate the traffic demand, and they can estimate the potential income that they can get out of the financing, and they compare the cost versus the return out of the investment. So they look at the feasibility, financial feasibility, and for those type of the projects, private companies can participate. So that's what we have done. So I'm not sure about this Vietnam case exactly, but I hope this can be helpful. So I want to add that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kim. Maria, I'll give you 1 minute to make a final comment if you want, or pass.
Speakers already have emphasized here the importance of looking at whatever we do for affordable housing, not just as housing, but land and infrastructure.
Absolutely.
The transport. So transport, land, and housing. If we don't have the three planned together, and it was emphasized by all of you, you do not have a successful project. And in Latin America, we have major disasters in that area because of the structure of the financial sector. The provident funds are really only financing housing. And they commission that housing, and they leave it up to the private sector to develop these houses. And we had in Mexico millions of empty units because no one wanted to live in these units. We had the same in Colombia. We even had the same in Chile. So you have to always think of those three things. So that's my final thought.
I think it's an excellent summary. Boy, I still have a few minutes, so if you don't mind, let me make some closing remarks and wrap up. It's been really productive discussion, and I really appreciate all the contributions from the presenters and panelists, as well as from the floor for their contribution. Let me point out that the presentation by Maria and the presentation by Steve have a lot to share. I mean, there are common threads, and I'll just give you the number of pages so that you can look up later. In Steve Marpese's presentation, page 43, he talks about what do we know about housing finance, and then lists some basic questions to be answered. I think the most important being, what is the ultimate goal of improving housing finance? Is it just to increase home ownership rate, or to enhance the quality of life or the quality of housing in general? And then in the next page, 44, he provides a list of prerequisites for a well-functioning market-based mortgage market, and then lessons from abroad, where he said focus on functions, not particular institutions in particular countries. And then Maria's presentation, page 81, there are 5 lessons which pretty much reiterate what Steve has said. And then 86, the way forward, what housing finance can do as a catalyst for large-scale, affordable and green housing. And I'd like to add inclusive in that list, because we focus on affordable. And then page 87 said housing finance system must work for housing markets to reach scale. I think if we go beyond pilot projects, we need to ensure that housing finance system sort of works well with the housing markets. So I think these are important lessons, and regarding the other important points, access to credit is more important in terms of finance, because if you are denied access to a mortgage loan, what's the point of talking about interest rates or LTV and so on? So that's important. And I think both Maria and Steve emphasized that affordable housing finance by itself cannot make housing affordable, and because we have to work on the supply side, so the land, infrastructure, and finance should go hand in hand. And here, government has a lot to do in terms in rationalizing regulations as appropriate. And then we have to, I think we spent a lot of time on owner-occupied housing, but not much time on rental housing. But we also know that rental options are really important. About the sharing of Korea's experience, I think Maria spoke very highly of Korean experience, and I think Dow also joined her in so doing. We appreciate that, but then we're also humbled by the challenges that lie ahead going forward. So I think this type of forum can serve as a cross-nurturing platform where we could learn from each other, not just from their successes, but also from their mistakes and new challenges. But let me just repeat the cliche from the World Bank and other international community that one size doesn't fit all, because everything is context-driven. So what works in one country at one particular point in time may not necessarily work in other countries or at different points in time, and even in the same country. So we don't know if what we did in the past in Korea will work in Korea in the future. So with that, I'd like to close the session, and we have We have discussed a lot about what to do, and I hope we'll be able to think hard about how to do part in our next forum. With that, I'd like to thank all the presenters and panelists and the two persons from the floor for their contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim, as well as our panelists for sharing with us their candid and valuable input, as well as their expertise and experiences. So thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have concluded session 2, and this brings us to the end of the 10th International Housing and Urban Finance Forum. On behalf of our host, I would like to once again express my deepest gratitude to all of the participants joining us here at the venue, as well as our online participants who are joining us through the YouTube channel. So thank you very much.